there, everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to be back for today's session, and thank you, Drea, for 19 months is crazy. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. But let's go ahead and dive in. Just as a heads up, Ryan is not here today. However, there is a good chance that he will be good to go starting next week, actually, where he'll just be showing up a little bit late next week, but things should be good on his and we love you too. Very appreciative of it. All right, let's go ahead and dive in. So this week, as is the old ways of Roll with Advantage, it is I, the DM, that will do the summary, not any of the players. So I'm tired of it. I'm taking the reins for now and until I have somebody else do them again in the future. All right, so let's go ahead and summarize what happened last week. So Act 2, Chapter 27, Faith and Pain. The session begins with Edwin's arm eviscerated, his hand cut to the bone as though something inside that gauntlet fought to keep its grip. Kaelin and Merrick immediately rush to him, pouring cure wounds into the wound, but his body only half accepts it. The bleeding stops, but necrosis creeps in behind it, leaving 4 of his fingers to the palm permanently black and numb, dead weight at the end of his arm. Zephyros confirms that the gauntlet is gone for good. It's disattached entirely, though a faint thread still lingers, fading slowly. And with Edwin, understandably unwilling to make the sacrifice of death and potential revivification, they decide that it's best to take the gauntlet to Faithspire to see if it can be destroyed there. There is some talk about potentially throwing it into the ocean, but they decide on Faithspire. Let the Church of Unity attempt to handle it. And Xanthi claims that the watch is hers alone. The gauntlet pinned beneath her bident day and night, it is hers to guard, no one else's. With that, they travel throughout the rest of Soleil until eventually they settle outside of Sandraport to be picked up by Garen Veltaris and a private ship to be taken to Faithspire. What follows after is closer to a massacre than a ritual. As they attempt to destroy the gauntlet, the dark magic reaches back. Several of the priests attempting to destroy it don't survive, briefly rising as something worse before they're put down again. The attempts to destroy the gauntlet is stopped as they turn and focus to the phylactery pieces belonging to the dragons. But those do break. 36 hours unbroken of grinding sacred work until even Cadius, the high arbiter of the Church of Unity, collapses from the strain. Unsure of what to do next, arguing starting between the siblings, Talon, mostly targeted at Edwin, Xanthi receives word finally from Mephisto. Just a few blocks away, a small temple, the gauntlet must be delivered there. An angel will take it, and it will be destroyed. And without giving any word to anyone, she begins to march that way. Her siblings and Talon follow after. Eventually, that angel does arrive. A wash of white light in this temple gone as quickly as it arrived. It takes it, and Edwin can feel that shortly thereafter it is destroyed. Xanthi goes down like a puppet with its strings cut, carried off by Crown Claw Knights, and just further validating Talon's belief, as this was part of the vision that Cersei had seen. From there, Talon cracks like old plaster under Edwin's questions about Davian's death, admitting that every last secret he's been keeping has been in service of a single vision. Cersei, Via's mother, the late queen, warning him that the truth would kill his children, where his silence merely cost him their love. Via chases that same truth into a vision of her own and is hanged for it, trying to divine into her father, to see this vision that he spoke of, but instead sees his death. She begins lifting off the ground, choking, some type of malevolent force from the future killing her. Kaelin dives after her, and finds Talon on the gallows instead. Veil walking. 5 silhouettes stand in judgment over him, and Talon puts Via to sleep rather than let her see more. With that, Kaelin, Merrick take Via out of there, not before Talon asked to speak to Edwin alone, to give him a truth that he's kept from him for too long. And Edwin agrees to speak with him privately, and Talon shares why he was so afraid of what Edwin could become. Alone, he finally gives him the truth, that his mother was never truly gone. She was hidden. Cassia Draven, granddaughter of the King in Crimson, spirited across the world as a child and given a stranger's name, Zara. Sick but alive, but still alive this whole time. The Gauntlet finding him at 18 was never random. Someone knew exactly what blood ran in his veins and put him on a path of purpose. With that, Edwin leaves, unsure of what to make of this new information he was given. But with everyone gone, Talon left alone in the small temple, he draws out a length of copper wire, and he casts the spell Sending. The only words he has left to say on this evening is, "It is done. They despise me, Cersei. Please, there has to be another way." That's what happened last time. Boy G. Willikers, such a fun and carefree time we all had. Absolutely. So let's go ahead and pick up from there, shall we? All of you return to the keep of House Emberlin. It's the safest place for all of you to stay, not only after what you have endured in Solele, but it's just the safest place to be in Faithspire. So, you all head to the Sunvale Keep, and you head to bed. It has been a long, long, long journey from leaving Adaria, traveling all throughout Solele, stopping the cult, and then returning. And to end that journey with such a traumatic and terrible event, that night you all find it incredibly hard to sleep. You toss and you turn. I mean, even Xanthi, being as exhausted as you are, there are these flashes of panic where for a moment you shock awake. Something reaching out towards you, something trying to imprint itself upon you. You don't know what evil, what malevolence, but it isn't Mephisto. It isn't the dragons. It's something else. But as quickly as it's there, it's gone. And you sleep. All of you do. Some more soundly than others, though. But after probably 14, 15 hours is how long all of you sleep for. And Xanthi, we'll go ahead and start with you. You, no doubt, are the... What? Okay. You, no doubt, are the most exhausted out of anybody after enduring what you did. And your eyelids, they kind of lazily open. And you can see servants tending the room in this nice guest room within the keep. You see Crown Claw Knights posted at each end of the bed, and you see sitting next to the bed, sort of nervously writing on a piece of parchment, you see Rahavi. And as your eyes kind of open a little bit, he catches that movement and turns his attention fully to you and says, Xanthi, you're awake.
Yes, I'm sorry when it was you yesterday then, yes. Part of me thought I was just starting to see things. God's name are you doing in Faithspire?
Well, I know this may come as a bit of a shock, and I had hoped to inform you, but it wasn't important enough to send in a letter with any of the correspondence that was sent from the council to all of you, but I must have been almost 2 weeks ago. I went to Crown's Rest, and I petitioned the king. And I told him that the best chance for the economy of Adaria to thrive would be with someone who has a great deal of experience working in and outside of its borders, one who has had a great closeness to the council and to the king and to the capital. And I told him that there's no better person for that role than me. And he agreed. I was made Chancellor of the Treasury, and I have been for the past few weeks, and, well, when the message was received from all of you about the phylactery pieces and returning, well, the king and Gareth, they both believed that it was important enough to bring the entire council with us to Faithspire to discuss next steps, as all of us should be informed about what exactly is to happen next in Maldaris or even in Adaria. I mean, they even brought the woman from the Serpent's Grove, Solani, with us.
See.
Yes.
So you're sitting in my father's council now?
I am. Yes, I am. I was surprised that he accepted, truthfully. I thought that he would... Well, it doesn't matter what I thought. What matters is that I'm the Chancellor of the Treasury now. And that also means that... It means that I can help the King's Hand in whatever way possible. There's money in many places, and if money is what the King's Hand needs to accomplish what it's doing, it's obviously successful. Stopping the cult in Solele, and, I mean, Zephyros has done... He has spoke very nobly about what all of you have accomplished, something that when he first encountered you, he didn't believe was possible, and you overcame those odds time and time and time again. He's told us all of what has transpired in Solele from his perspective, and your heroics are... Well, at least for you, I'm not surprised. But for some of your siblings, I am.
Yes, well. I'm sure it would be made a great deal easier with your assistance as well. I'm proud of you for being able to do so, honestly.
Well, I think I've learned a bit of boldness from some very important people in my life. I think it's paid off.
And that means you'll be back in Crown's Rest more often, yes?
Yes. As often as I can be. especially with everything that's going on. I think I may be there more often than I'm home.
I'll be glad for it, at least.
I think I will be too. I've always preferred Crown's Rest.
But you'll still be managing things back at home, yes?
Yes. I have correspondence set up with my mother to manage anything of minor importance, and anything major will be sent to me expeditiously. There was a court mage that was sent there. So anything that is very important, I'll receive sending of it. But any of the smaller tasks, my mother will see to that they go managed as they should be, as she knows I'd want them to be.
See.
Yes. But you are and he kind of like goes and touches your hand lightly. Something happened, it seems. Your skin, it was it some curse by the dragons, or?
Not by the dragons, no. Does it bother you then?
No. As long as you're healthy and safe, that's all that matters to me. Well, as safe as you can be, I suppose.
And in some strange way, I believe it will keep us safer.
And I trust you.
That is what is important. I'll always be glad for your trust. I'm also glad that there's finally someone on the council that I know we can trust.
Yes, I can already see how it can change people. Luckily, I think between myself and Garrett, a very good pick, by the way. He is a straight arrow. Between the two of us, I think you'll always have someone you can rely on.
Be glad for it. And she'll kind of sit up so she can give him a little hug.
Oh, yeah, and he'll return the hug. Well, I suppose I should let you get some more rest.
And I wouldn't want you shrinking away from any of your duties just because I'm here.
I think I make a good nurse. I've tended to you. I've still been able to do my work. I think that it's worked out quite well.
A man of many talents, obviously.
For a worthy cause. Crazy.
Yeah, me too. He looks him up.
All right. And with that, Rahavi will he'll stand and he will move to the bed and he will kiss you on the top of the head, Xanthi. And he'll say, if there's anything else you need, have one of them come and find me and I'll be here in a moment.
Of course.
And with that, Rahavi will leave the room. All right. So, Xanthi, a few more hours pass. You kind of go in and out of sleep. Sometimes the nurses come over and they'll bring sleeping aids to you. Food and water is brought also. All of you are tended to. Edwin, over the course of the time that you stay here, those 14, 20 hours, some clerics come to look at your hand. They try and do what they can, but that necrosis seems to be a permanent side effect. No amount of lesser, greater restoration removes it. You still have some movement within it, but it almost looks like Frankenstein's monster-esque, where from the fingertips look almost like different flesh that does not belong to you. It's how drastic the difference is.
Pretty sick visual.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So eventually, all of you, as you are feeling better, feeling rested after, all of you took at least a point or two of exhaustion during the rituals the previous evening, staying up for those 36 hours after staying up the entire day leading up to arriving in Faithspire. It's been almost 2 days without any sleep. So it takes quite a bit of time, but eventually you rise and you begin to make your way out into Sunvale Keep to see what exactly is going on, what's next. So as all of you finally get ready for the day, there is a council meeting that is called, that will be assembled as soon as all of you are ready. Is there anything any of you wanted to do, whether as a collective of siblings, one-on-one, with a different NPC beforehand, but before this council meeting?
Edwin wants to find Xanthi.
Yeah, easy enough. One of the
I
servants...
want to do something too, but I'll wait till after this.
Okay.
Me,
Well,
3. Whoa. Bah.
Everybody wants to talk to
Rochambeau for
Xanthi.
it,
It's
like Hamilton.
Well, okay.
The bullet's out your gun. All right. So, Edwin, you ask one of the servants, and they're very graciously, it's kind of strange being treated like a prince again. As the entire time you were in Solele, the only people that treated you with respect were Sir Torwin and Captain Moreau. These people, and even them, they, not like they were anywhere close to the same level as you, but they were at least higher of either noble status or of renown. These, like, servants, you forgot. It's kind of power trippy, with the very deep bows, the, yes, my prince. Yes, of course, prince. Yes, please follow me. Is there anything I can get you, prince? Prince Edwin, is there anything I can get you? The constant, like, coddling. It is kind of overwhelming at first, finally being back, but eventually you are brought to Xanthi's door, and 2 Crownclaw Knights stand outside the door, and as you approach, you see one of them go into the room, shut the door, and Xanthi, you see a Crownclaw Knight enter and says, Princess Xanthi, Edwin has arrived. Would you like to speak with him? Yes, princess. And Crownclaw Knight steps out. And before you can say anything to either of them, Edwin, the door opens, and you're allowed to walk in. Crownclaw Knight steps back outside and resumes his post. So, just so you know, Edwin, as you step in, there are 2 servants in here right now and 1 Crownclaw Knight within the room. But other than that, it is just those 2 servants, the Crownclaw, and you 2, for whatever you want to talk about.
He walks in, and Xanthi could probably realize that, like, he's not in a good mood. Even though you really don't know what's been happening because you were knocked out. He just walks in, and where's Xanthi right now? What is she doing?
I imagine she'd still kind of be sat in her bed. I think, honestly, when you walk in, before I think she notices and clocks it and adjusts, you can see she's kind of just like, has like a little slight smile on her face as she's like looking out the window. But yeah, as soon as like, you come in, she clocks your expression, that kind of like drops back into stone face Xanthi.
He sits on the opposite side of the room. I guess like at a table somewhere. Maybe it's like a writing table that's on the opposite side. And he just kind of sits there for a minute, kind of crosses his hands over his face, kind of kneeling forward, like his hand over knuckles of the other hand in front of his mouth, just looking
Guess
kind of
you
at the
didn't
ground.
find a good sleep last night, then, brother.
No, I did not. I don't even think I slept at all.
The arm still bothering you?
He looks down at the arm. No. I'm here to ask you a question, and I just need honesty.
All right, if it's something I can provide.
Did Father ever talk to you about my mother? And the reason I ask is because the way you've been acting over the past month or so, something's been off. And I know that you and Father talked about me. And I talked to Father last night.
He did talk about her, yes.
What did he say to you?
I assume after everything that has transpired, it would not be...
I do not
Well-
think you telling me will be considered treason at this point. I think what he has told me is probably what he told you. I just want to know the extent.
He told me that your mother shares blood with the Vagro necromancers. And that taint within your bloodline may well affect you as well, in ways detrimental to all of us. And so he tasked me with keeping an eye on ensuring that you never showed any such tendencies. And to deal with things, should that come to pass.
Edwin just sits there and his eyes slowly look up towards you after you say that. And he raises his head. It kind of just blinks slowly and oops. And those were his words. To deal with me if something should arise.
More or less, yes. He believed I was the only one out of our siblings to be able to do so. That's why I couldn't risk anyone else looking after that gauntlet.
Kind of just like scrunches his face and like almost like sarcasm. And what exactly does deal with me mean to you, Xanthi?
If you were to be, or to exhibit that corruption by those necromancers, I was to kill you, Edwin. A reality that neither he nor I took very lightly. That you can be assured. But it is one death over that of our family and potentially all of Adaria. It was his best judgment.
not taken lightly, but taken seriously.
Gravely so, yes.
You know, Xanthi, I have to say I've always admired your ability to always follow through with things. Regardless of the consequences. Regardless of what could happen.
It's directly because of the consequences, Edwin, that I do. That is not to be mistaken. It's not a task that I uptook because I had any joy in the idea or the notion or even the thought that you would have such a connection. But if it is what is meant to be done, it is to be done. And I'm glad that we have hopefully avoided that fate.
And in the Ember Hierophant's chamber? Were you ready to strike me down then? I saw the way you looked at me after I commanded the undead.
I knew it was something that I needed to consider. To evaluate more so than I had passively for the previous weeks.
You can see that Edwin's like nodding, like understandably. But there's slight tears welling up in his eyes. I understand. I do. And if I was in your position, for the greater good of everything, I would like to think I would make the same decision. I appreciate your honesty, sister. I do.
Naturally.
Hopefully, now that the gauntlet is no longer an issue, hopefully this can be this objective can be cleared from your conscience. And he stands up.
It was a caution against blood rather than a gauntlet. I think it would be remiss to forget that.
Right. Well, sorry to interrupt your morning. I noticed you were having a good one. And he just stands up and starts walking towards the door. And
Okay.
as he's opening the door, he stops for a second and just says, I love you, Xanthi. And he closes the door and walks off.
Okay. Edwin, you head out the room. Xanthi, you are left alone in there. And as both of you kind of linger away from each other, the camera kind of fades to black as we cut to Via.
That's me. Via would like to go find her father.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, you ask a couple of the servants nearby. They're not exactly sure where the king is. However, You do ask a Crown Claw Knight, and they are able to communicate with a few other ones located within the keep, and they'll happily escort you to him right now. He's currently in. There is a smaller meeting chamber behind the throne room in Sunvale Keep, and that's currently where he's at right now, meeting with Gareth.
She'll do like the formal, like, let whoever's, guarding the door know that she's there, would like to have a meeting with him. And,
Okay.
She's not like storming in or anything. Like, it's very formal to the book.
All right. So you approach the door, and one of the Crown Claw Knights enters. Just asked, he says, Princess, if you would please give me a moment just to make sure that he is ready to meet with you.
Of course, yes.
And the Crown Claw Knight will bow, head into the room. A few moments pass, and eventually the Crown Claw Knight and Gareth, the Lord Regent of the council, will exit, and he'll look to you with a sorrowful smile, having heard and seen a lot of what transpired yesterday, and he'll just give you a small bow, and he won't force anything or say anything, but he'll just sort of give you that respect and then head on his way.
She'll return the gesture with a sorrowful smile and likewise a respectful bow, and then head on into the room.
Yep. Within the room, as you step through, you can see that there is a small table set up, a great deal of paper and books and parchment with different missives and code of law books that he's been poring over. And as you step through, he sort of looks up and says, Octavia, Please, you wanted to speak with me?
Hi, Dad. Yeah. And as she approaches closer, she has her hand around her neck in a nervous like rubbing kind of way. Can I sit?
Please.
Yeah, she'll take a seat across from him.
I'm sorry that
I know.
I didn't
sorry
want
too.
any of you to have to see that.
I know. It was hard to sleep. And I've been thinking a lot, as I'm sure you have and everybody has, and I don't understand still, and I don't think I will. Maybe for a while, if ever, hopefully. But if what you're saying is true, as she keeps rubbing her neck, I just need you to know that I still love you, and I can't not spend the time with you that I can, even if maybe I disagree. And I'm still very confused, but this seems just too unfair to just be angry. If things are in motion that are out of my control and I can't stop it, the one thing that I can control is that you and me at least, have an okay relationship, okay?
You see, there's a lot of mixed emotions on his face. He's fighting back a lot of different things, saying a lot of different things. He's kind of at a loss for words at that moment, if there was something you wanted to follow up with.
Unless that's something that you don't think you can manage, I just don't want you to go feeling alone. And she is wearing the bracelet that he gifted her now on the same hand that she is like rubbing her neck with.
I know that your mother did not enjoy Adaria the same way I enjoyed Alicia. I know that she wasn't exactly happy here. But I wish so badly that things could have been different. Octavia, you have to understand how much these words mean to me. And I know, after everything, I would not be surprised if these are honeyed words. I do not blame you. I do not. If there would be some other reason behind it.
I'm not trying to manipulate you.
I know. But what I'm saying is, what the future has for us. I don't know if those two things can coexist together.
What two things? What do you mean? Me loving you?
There will come a day when you'll have to say goodbye. And that day will be filled with so much pain and heartache and hurt. And what is necessary to be done on that day? Love for me could make it impossible to do.
I'm not weak.
I never said that.
But you're treating me like that. I can
No.
do this. I can love you and do hard things. It's okay. I'm gonna love you and do the hard thing. No matter what it is, if this is whatever this, I don't even want to call it a prophecy, I guess a destiny has set for us. I know you wouldn't put yourself in this position if you didn't feel like you literally had to, and I refuse to not care about you, to not love you. You're my father. It's not fair.
No, it isn't. If there is nothing else, then Princess Octavia, there is other business I need to attend to.
What are you doing?
I'm doing what I have to.
Why are you doing this? You know I can do it.
But I can't. I can't. So.
Understood, my king. And she'll get up and do a very deep bow, but she is sobbing as she leaves the room.
Talon cannot bear to look at her as she leaves. His eyes stay on the ground, counting the specks of dirt in the tile
Yeah, I think
floor.
she's gonna run out of the building just so she can get some air, as she like just needs to be like away. But she'll show up to all of her responsibilities and everything. She just needs to get away from that.
Sounds good. That sucked. All right, so
That sucked so much harder than I thought it was going to suck. Holy
Whoa.
shit.
Dude, this session starting off with a bang right now.
Did not expect to have full real tears in that conversation. Holy fuck.
Ooh, yeah, and I thought that was going to be a lot more mean. That was like the worst possible thing you could have done, but best.
Oopsies. Okay.
Yeah. Holy schmoly. All right.
Fuck.
So, with that, as Via, you run out into the gardens outside, you try and catch your breath. It is a cold February day. And the air is brisk on your lungs. It's chilling, but it helps you catch your breath. It helps you cool down. And you grip onto that crystal so tight. The camera pans away to Kaylin. As I understand, you also had something you wanted to do.
Yeah. God damn. I don't know if it'll be that deep though. Holy shit. I'm crying and it's not even me. Okay. Can Kaylin, her name?
Solani?
Right?
Serpent Braid, yeah.
Yes. Yes, that's who she's looking for.
Okay. So yeah, you ask some of the servants, some of the Crown Claw Knights, and you are able to find Solani. Right now, she is outside of the keep. In fact, not being a member of the council, she's not staying within the keep itself. There are some accommodations on the near the keep that important guests, wealthy merchants that don't necessarily have the political status of being able to stay in the keep where they stay. So a small collection of Crown Claw Knights just to escort you to that premise, where you can see sort of a large, like 3-story tavern, pretty much. You're able to make your way in, and within this tavern, they actually have a glass garden, which is pretty much just a greenhouse. You make your way in, and you can see that Solani is currently in there tending to some of the plants and life in here. One of the Crown Claw Knights says to you, Kaylin, "Princess, would you like us to stay with you in here, or?"
It's Lady Kaylin, thank you, and you can leave.
"We will wait outside, Lady Kaylin."
She kind of rolls her eyes, not having missed this at all.
Yeah. So, you make your way in, and you approach Solani, and without looking at you, she says, "Daughter of Senua, I was wondering how long it would take before you would come and find me."
Well, I figured it's been some time. And I can only imagine what has changed, and I figured we should talk. And any updates that have been happening. With everything going on, I don't even know if Talon has made time to start progress on anything that we talked about before.
Oh, he has. A great deal of progress has been made, and great strides and great effort. Your father, he cares a great deal about the success of your plan and that of the Serpent's Grove. It is endearing to see my people, our people, well, so cared for.
I must say I'm surprised. Well, good. Is there anything I can do to help? I don't know how
Yes.
long we're going to be staying for, but
There is something you could do for me. For the Serpent's Grove, of course.
all right. What is it?
I'm not entirely sure that I have an understanding of your history, Kaylin. You grew up in the Serpent's Grove and then you were brought to Adaria.
Yeah, what more is there to know?
You were just welcomed into the arms of the king.
The moment I arrived, believe it or not, Talon went out of his way to make sure I was welcome and comforted. There was never any doubt or any mistreatment from Talon.
It is strange, though, how a
Others?
man could leave his child behind.
Well, in truth, I don't believe he knew. I don't think he had any idea I even existed until I arrived.
And Senua, she never bothered to send a message.
Well, she had her reasons.
Yes. Yes, she did. Tell me, what do you know of your people, truthfully, aside from what you've seen? You arrived in Adaria at such a young age.
She kind of, like, scrunches up her face, being questioned. The people of the Serpent's Grove? My people, our people, the Sakari people. I know that we cherish every single life of those that are seen and unseen. I know that we nourish and give back to everything that we take from. I know that we believe that there are spirits and other creatures that live amongst us. Some that are restless, some that are looking for a way home. Some are amalgamations of energy that shouldn't belong here, but we give them respite anyway. I know that material goods mean nothing compared to what you can give to your fellow friend, neighbor, loved one. I know that we believe that life is a cycle. I know that our people in particular know that grief is just a part of that cycle and should be embraced and not feared. Is this some type of test?
I'm just curious to know what you know.
I know that I can live in both worlds. I know that I have a home in two places. And I want nothing more for those two places to merge into one. I know that Senua always said, if you listen to the trees will speak, and I truly believe that. I believe that a lot of people have stopped listening. And that is why we are in the times we are in now. But Senua believed that. Bjorn believes that, and I believe that. And I think that's a good start.
I believe it is also. You know a great deal about your people. It is good to know that one who would represent us in Adaria is familiar with our ways. In fact, if I have heard correctly, Bjorn has taught you the ways of the Veil Walker.
That is
Sithani,
correct.
yes?
Yes, it's something that I've been working on. Growing quite confident, if I should say so myself.
Do you know who originally taught the Veil Walkers, or the people of the Serpent's Grove, how to Veil Walk?
I must admit I do not.
It is something that has been convenient for them to omit as of recent history, since veil walking is almost an oral tradition, something that is passed down by instruction, by trial and error. It isn't something that you can find written in a tome somewhere deep in some vault, as they would have you believe, at least. The one who taught the people of the Serpent's Grove how to veil walk was none other than Zazrus, the great terror, the great green dragon, who held dominion over the Serpent's Grove for many, many, many hundreds of years. Within Zazrus's tomb, the only written correspondence of the true extent of a Veil Walker's power is in that tomb with their body. If a Veil Walker could find such tome, who knows what they'd be capable of?
Well, I do remember some of that from Bjorn, but I didn't know any specifics.
Yes.
And tell me, can you veil walk?
Not as well as I'm sure you can. It never came easy to me. It was always something that I fought against when I tried. But something I've studied a great deal, and I could assist you in your development of those skills.
Do you know where Bjorn is right now?
Bjorn is currently on the border between the Serpent's Grove and the lands of House Thornfield, ensuring that everything goes smoothly.
Kaylin kind of just nods slowly. Does she believe her? I don't know, she's kind of weird today. Why is she weird?
Make an insight check. What that roll?
10.
10? As far as you can tell, she's telling the truth. I mean, she reminds you a lot of some of the people that you met when you were in the capital of the Serpent's Grove, where it seems as though maybe this common language of Adaria isn't her first language. So
For
maybe
sure.
there's some barrier there. She's still speaking it fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as you can tell, she's telling the truth. She just seems a little odd.
Well, thank you. If you do happen to speak to him before I get an opportunity to, I would love to have him reach out to me. As much I would love to talk to him about.
Of course. And If you don't mind me asking, Lady Kaelin, when you would veil walk in Solele, around your siblings, did you see anything attached to Octavia?
Kind of narrows her eyes a little bit. When I first learned of what Octavia had done, I did veil walk to see the extent of which she was attached. I haven't looked since, especially after we used the severing needle to remove that attachment. I assumed with the power of that artifact it was able to remove all of that.
But what did you see?
Some type of massive dark entity spoke to me that knew exactly who I was. Life draining energy. Something that should not have been there, but had been for who knows how long.
Was it draconic in nature? In form?
Yes.
Very interesting. There are omens sometimes that veil walkers can see. Omens of the past or of the future, or things inhibiting us in the present. But you said that now that this needle has been used, you do not see it on her anymore.
No, I haven't gone out of my way to look, but I don't feel that presence on her anymore.
Interesting.
And if I'm being honest, all of this talk of omens and prophecies, I think that is what drives men mad. I'm watching Talon go through it right now. He's so obsessed with what he saw or what he was told that he's blinded about what is happening right in front of him. Nothing is pre-written. If life is a cycle, then every time we relive it, we choose a new path to take. That cycle or that circle doesn't have to be perfect. It can change directions, it can move backwards and sideways. But if somebody tells you, by the end of the day, you will die, do you spend your day cowering in fear? Or do you live your life like it is going to end? Right now, I think Talon is cowering in fear.
I think that
So-
it is a very good question to ask, but it is one that day ends the same for them regardless.
But does it? But does it have to? What if just one step to the left or one step to the right drastically changes it?
What I can tell you, Lady Caitlin, of what I have learned in my time in this world, is that if you are destined to die today and you somehow avoid it, that arrow that was set on your heart doesn't simply disappear. It must be claimed. A life must be taken. We live in a world of balance. It has to correct itself eventually. Prophecy can drive men mad. From a seer in the Serpent's Grove that perhaps has burned too much herb. Sometimes what they see is not the truth. From a two-bit magician outside of Arkenvale, they might spin lies to get professors to do what they want. But the magic within her mother, and connected to Alicia, in order to change a fate seen by the likes of them, you would need to do something truly remarkable to defy it. Something that perhaps could be achieved within the veil. It's a delicate line to walk. But there are whispers within the Serpent's Grove, a story that the trees tell. That perhaps there was one such individual who had a fate told to them that they were able to avoid.
What are you talking about?
The story has been lost. The trees, they do not whisper in full sentences, as you know. The truth of the story has been lost, the details at least. But what the trees say is that those who can pierce that veil, that they can rewrite their ending. But I suppose it's risky. Going that deep into the veil, there are many things that could attempt to stop you. It would require either a person or a collective of great power to change that fate.
For someone who is not as experienced at veil walking as I, you sure do know quite a lot.
I have studied it a great deal, as I said.
Why do you intend to change your fate?
Who's to say I haven't already? You must forgive me. I'm not so used to speaking in the common tongue, and sometimes I think I speak more cryptically than what I mean.
Sure.
Who wouldn't want to change their fate if they knew that it were to end in a terrible way, is all I mean.
I choose not to cower in a corner.
As you should not. But then the question remains, if you know what day your death will arrive, do you seek to change it? And potentially hurt those around you? Or do you do what you can to make that day easier when it comes?
Do send my regards to Bjorn when you hear from him.
I will. Thank you for visiting me, Lady Galen. And she'll bow.
Yeah, Kaelin will do the same.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So you head out of the glass garden?
Yeah.
All right. Crown Claw Knights waiting outside, you're escorted back to Sunvale Keep. And does anybody else have anything else they'd like to do before the council convenes to discuss what your next steps are?
I have nothing.
No.
Nope. Going once. Going twice. All right, we continue. So, after talking with various individuals or people that you so wanted to speak with, the council is convened. All of you are escorted by various Crown Claw Knights to the same chamber where Octavia and Talon had their conversation earlier. The entire council is here. One new face for all of you, as only one of you knew about this before seeing it now, is there is a new Chancellor of the Treasury. That being Rahavi Varison. So you see Rahavi is the Chancellor of the Treasury. Victor Bloodmoon has been made officially Spymaster of Adaria. Sir Garrett Greenmeyer, still the Sentinel. Lady Alandra Malus, still Envoy General. Morgana Umbrin is here as well as Archmage. And finally, Lord Garrett Thornfield, still serving in his position as Lord Regent. Talon sits at the very middle of the table. And there are 3 individuals within this room right now, aside from them, all of you in the Crown Claw Knights. Those 3 people are Sir Torwin, Captain Moreau, and Zephyros. So all of you make your way in, and there are enough chairs for all of you to sit across the table from the council, and Talon will stand and say, "Allow this council meeting to begin." And he'll sit, and all of you stood and then sat with him, as is, decorum. We were already briefed on most of what happened in Solele, thanks to Zephyros, Sir Torwin Astralor, and Captain Moreau. Thank you for your service, the 2 of you, and for Zephyros, thank you for providing what assistance you could to the King's Hand and to Adaria. It is greatly appreciated. Zephyros will nod, but he won't say anything. Just strange to see from him. It seems as though he understands when he is not the most powerful person in the room, and chooses to keep his mouth shut in that moment. And Talon looks to all of you and says, "I do also want to say that all of us we are very happy with what has transpired in Solele. Not only are cultists being rooted out in the government, but the cult and the ritual was stopped, and the majority of those phylactery pieces were destroyed. And that was entirely thanks to your efforts. So, at least to me and to this council and to a great number of Adarians, you all have done a great service. And it further proves that the forming of the King's Hand was one that was not only necessary, but one that I am incredibly thankful of. But we cannot rest on our victory, as things in Maldaris have been growing worse and worse and worse by the week. Victor, I'll allow you to explain. Thank you, Your Grace. So, hello. It's good to see all of you. I'm glad to see that you are still alive. Some seem a little more alive than others, and he kind of looks to Edwin's hand. But even 1% alive is better than 0. Yeah? Okay. So, things are not great in Maldaris, as King Talon said. Things are very bad, in fact. Last all of you heard when you were determining whether to go to Solele or to Maldaris was that Sallow Shade. The water was growing gelatinous almost. Corruption was spreading, marks on doors, all not very good stuff. However, since then, Sallow Shade has been completely destroyed, overrun, consumed. Any of the individuals that were living there, they are no more. They cannot be found. They cannot be traced anywhere, either swallowed by the sea or whatever was emerging from there. This corruption is now spreading inland to a major Maldarian city by the name of Ebonshade. Now, Ebonshade is a settlement on the Ebonwood Thicket. It is a city and location within Maldaris that is shrouded in eternal twilight. Most people there are known for the enchantments that they create, magical items or artisans. Some of the greatest sculptors and painters live in Ebonshade. In fact, a great number of talismans, charms, cloaks of protection, rings of protection, magic items that are bought and sold in many countries over the world are made and exported from there. They're infused with the power of the forest. Most of the time, people view Ebonshade as an almost idyllic rest stop. It's a place where you can buy trinkets and elixirs and magical items. It is one of the more charming and welcoming towns within Maldaris, whereas most of them are black and steel and, well, unwelcoming townspeople. Ebonshade is truly the only place that you can go in Maldaris where you're greeted with a smile and you're welcomed there. The problem is, the main power in Ebonshade lies with the witches of it. They hold back the spirits bound to the Ebonwood Thicket, and if the witches die and the city falls, the Ebonwood Thicket is home to millions of restless souls. An army of the damned, truthfully, should the witches die. It is imperative that whatever corruption is happening, whatever ritual is being attempted, is stopped. We believe that it is happening within the Ebonwood Thicket itself. Forest is believed to be alive in and of itself, and it contains what is known as the Silent Forest, an area of the Ebonwood Thicket that is entirely deafened. No amount of somatic spells can be used there. You cannot hear anything. You cannot speak any words. It is painful to endure. In fact, the Sanctum of the White Flame, they send their initiates there as a test in order to make sure that they are worthy of the role of initiate. I do have one major contact within the city that all of you can rely on. An individual that I have had many encounters with, who helped me on many of my missions in Maldaris to stop the cult that I stopped. And I know what you're going to say, so have your reactions now, if you please. You don't need to use this contact, but you're not going to find a better one more knowledgeable of what's happening there, or of the Ebonwood Thicket. The contact that I have there is the Baroness's very own daughter. A dark elf woman who, as I said, has been incredibly helpful to me in my missions and has been one of the greatest suppliers of information in Maldaris to me. I can tell you she has no love for her mother. In fact, she views the Baroness as cruel and untrustworthy, and she wants a change for her people. whereas the Baroness would gladly let the Ebonwood thicket fall and allow that army of damned to take over that countryside. She doesn't wish for that to happen. She wishes to save her people, to undo this corruption, and she would be willing to help. So that's Maldaris. I know, not great. Not great at all. Any questions? You all typically ask a lot of questions. Nope. Well, that's all right.
Did he not say what her name was, or?
We
Oh.
did not get a name.
No, he did not. Where's it at here? There it is. Her name is Veskas Draelthir the 11th.
You have to put that in the chat.
What do you mean? You can't just get that phonetically? There you go. Oh, that should be... Sorry, that's the current Baroness's name. It's the 11th. Not the 10th. All right. There is something else that all of us should be aware of. Garrett Greenmeyer, the new Sentinel, speaks up. One of the things that my attention has been pulled to is within our borders. There isn't one place in particular, but the same cultists that attacked Rainier in that mountain, and, well, the same one that I believe attacked all of you on the road to Rosemont many moons ago. It's getting more bold. They're attacking caravans, they're attacking a Darien watch, they're retaking keeps that we had taken from bandits. The only thing that they're not touching, though, is some of the border developments between the Serpent's Grove and Adaria. It seems as though the cultists refuse to go anywhere near the Serpent's Grove. They'll harass the farmers in House Thornfield's land, but they didn't go anywhere near the Serpent's Grove. It very well could be, the Archmage pipes in, that the magical wards of the Serpent's Grove prevent them from doing that much danger, or perhaps other Veilwalkers like Bjorn. They sit and lie in wait, hoping to, making sure to stop the cultists, whereas perhaps, because Adaria is more wide open, more free, they can get away with those attacks more easily. It's a very good chance. Very much so. Well, regardless, Lord Regent Garrett speaks up. I think that it should be something that is at least investigated. Perhaps we can have Bjorn, as well as a few other members of my governing body within my land, can do some questioning, investigating in terms of what, if any, the elders of the Serpent's Grove had encountered. Not that I do not trust Bjorn in doing this alone, but I think it would help give some comfort if there are Adarian voices present at that conversation. You do not think that would offend any of your people, would it, Lady Galen?
No, not at all. I think that there should be healthy communication amongst both sides. If we're going to continue to build this relationship. It could be a combination of Veil Walkers, it could be Bjorn's effort. I know that's where he was last seen. I mean, in truth, some of these cultists don't understand what lies in some of those forests. Perhaps they're just afraid. Who's to say? But I think getting some people down there to see what exactly is happening is beneficial.
Is there, the Envoy General pipes up? Is there some type of, perhaps something you could think of, or anyone, that we could give in relation to this meeting, a gift of some kind? Just saying that on top of the improved relations between the Board of Development, we really would love any type of information you can give. Perhaps some gift to maybe ease the opening of that palm?
Kaylin kind of makes a face. Go ahead. Sorry, John, were you going to say something?
No, go ahead.
Truly, the people of the Serpent's Groves aren't really interested in a gift. Just an openness is more than anything. Allowing them to continue to use trade routes is, I think, most important.
Which I can say, Rahavi, the Chancellor of the Treasury, speaks up. Just from the trade that has been happening over the past few weeks, it is remarkable the supplies that your people have and the supplies that they need. I mean, the fact that this hadn't been done before, it truly is incredible for both sides. In fact, for whatever the King's Hand decides next, I can confidently say that there's a great deal more of room in the Treasury. Perhaps we could give some additional funds or some additional support, thanks to these new trade deals.
It's good to hear. But I think just approaching with that and understanding that, maybe even allowing them to know what has transpired, the positive benefits of this deal, I think will be more than enough.
Do you think that the Envoy General again, perhaps? I know that in some cultures it can seem less than to have a messenger arrive and speak for you. Do you think it would be more meaningful to them if I show up with Bjorn and do the delegations as a member of the council?
Well, hearing directly from the source would actually be incredibly helpful. I think it builds trust that they're willing to see a council member right in front of them. I think it's a great idea.
Your Grace, if you would be willing to approve, I think that it would do a great deal in improving those relations even further. If you believe it is a wise use of your time, Alondra, I approve it. Thank you, Your Grace. It will be done, and I will return as quickly as I can, and I will send a letter ahead of my return with whatever information I find. Very good. Good. I'm glad that we can have some information on why their borders are so secure. Perhaps we might be able to enlist a few Veil Walkers or a few of those guards to help protect some of our more weaker wilderness. The Adarian Watch, they do a great job fighting on the roads or fighting keeps and retaking them, but out in the wilderness they do tend to struggle there. Perhaps we could have some even, we might be able to learn a thing or two from some of them. And perhaps we can teach them a little bit also, just on how to better fight within more structured units. Yes. Great sentiments all around. I do think with the update on Maldaris and anything else that is happening in Adaria, what do all of you wish to do next? You all saw what happened in Solele. You experienced it firsthand, and we would love to hear accounts from from all of you to make sure that what was told by the three of them matches what all of you experienced. And you all have a much better idea of what's best for Adaria, whether that be trying to perhaps travel with Lady Alandra and investigating these borders of the Serpent's Grove, or if you believe heading to Maldaris is best. Obviously, I think one seems more dire than the other, but perhaps there's something that we're not seeing that all of you know better about.
I think that, and I have full trust in the Serpent's Grove. Their wards are powerful, their magic is old. I feel as though that there is enough strength there, and it seems to be working, where the cult hasn't really infiltrated much. I think we can focus on Maldaris. They seem to be the ones who need our help, and that seems to be where the most intense activity is stemming from. And if Evanwood is in that much, or Evanshade, I suppose, is in that much trouble, I feel as though we have a limited time. We've already spent a lot of time here, and just our time away, it's grown worse. She kind of looks to her siblings.
I would agree with my sister that the most dire threat is where we should be headed. I also believe that the Serpent's Grove can handle themselves.
I agree with Kaylin as well.
I think there is one more piece of information about Evanshade that all of you should know about before departing. And Talon's going to look to you, Xanthi. Some of Victor's reports indicate that the Order of the Edict has been spotted in and around Evanshade. Their purpose and any members of their retinue are unknown. None of his contacts recognized anyone with any familiarity to Adaria. But it is something to be aware of.
Has little concern for what our business is there.
Of course. Of course. Well then.
I do have a question.
Yes.
In regards to the Evanwood thicket in the Silent Forest, is there anything that we can do? I don't know if there is some type of magical device, something we can do to prepare ourselves for such a thing. A lot of us here rely on verbal components to cast our spells, and we do need to have a way to communicate amongst each other. Victor, I don't know if this is something that you could look more into, or something that could help us.
I can perhaps see with what contacts I do have within the Sanctum of the White Flame, if perhaps some of the higher-ranking members have something that they use when retrieving the bodies of initiates to protect themselves from the creatures that exist within it. I'll do some research, and I will send any correspondence I can to all of you with whatever information I find. It is an interesting question, the Archmage will speak up. With enough time and research, I'm sure that I could create something to help, but I fear that we do not have the time. It would take me at least a week in order to develop something. And I do not think all of you want to waste that time.
No. But it was worth the thought. We can always circle back to it, but I think we need to leave as soon as we can.
I would agree. It is not like a folk rest to sit and wait while there are others in danger. The best thing would for them to be on the path to Maldaris as soon as they can. I do think that it would be good for all of us to hear what transpired in Solele from your perspective before any further decisions are made about where to next. So, with that, all of you kind of go into explaining what happened from the beginning?
Yeah.
I think so.
Is
Group, is there anything we leave out?
Yeah, I was just about to say, is there anything you guys leave out?
I don't think so. And I also would like to highlight that I think like circling back to like how communication was delivered and how there was a big confusion around who was actually giving Talon
Mm-hmm.
the information about us, because it was not Captain Monroe.
Mm-hmm.
And the weird handwriting that we saw with Caliph. So, I mean, I guess Kalen would say, I think for this next trip, unless you hear directly from one of us, I would not believe it. And I would track down the source of whatever you are hearing about our journey. Because clearly whatever happened and whoever was communicating with you was trying to mislead. Even if it was an exact account of what was happening, none of us were aware of this communication until after the fact.
And you believe it was this Caliph person tracking you that entire time?
Yes, I saw it with my own eyes.
And you said that it was my handwriting?
Yes, it was.
Victor, it was your correspondence. You told us that you were receiving word from Captain Moreau. Well, I was. All of the letters that I received, they were from Moreau. They had her signature, they had her handwriting. And I had spoken with Captain Moreau about this when they first arrived, and I know, but I had her write a letter word for word, the same as what I received, and it matched exactly. I don't know
People are
who
very
was...
good at forgery. That doesn't necessarily mean it was from her.
The problem is that I have specific drop locations where letters, items, information is meant to be dropped off. I have channels that it's meant to go through, 4, 5, 6 stops deep. There are supposed to be enough checks, so that way something like this can't happen. And hey, believe me, I know it's not a good look for my first go around here, and I will be more cautious in the future, but I think that it's very, very, very strange.
I think you
I think it's
misunderstand.
simply safe to say that your channels are compromised. And you should do good to remedy it before any other correspondence is sent through them.
I agree.
And I think you misunderstand. This cannot happen again.
No, and I plan for it not to. In fact, I worked with Morgana in the time that we have been waiting, and since we've learned that several days ago, and we have some small solution. It is not ideal, as well. There may come a time when it's not exactly handy, but it is at least something so we can know that the communication that I receive is directly from all of you. And
It must be something you tell us in private.
Of course.
I think that it is safe to say, maybe maybe safe is not the optimal word, but I think it might be better for it to be a conversation between you, Victor, and the Hand of the King only, on how we can make sure our communication is safe with Talon.
And you can see Victor kind of looks towards Talon, and Talon will nod, and Victor will kind of linger on him for a little bit longer and say, and then look back to you and say, very well, that can be done. We can speak after we adjourn here.
Thank you.
Joe, how do I ask this without
Did
just
anybody
straight
look
up?
a little weird about that?
Well, like he lingered on Talon for a little bit. Like, did it seem like us asking for an audience with him by ourselves, like, rattled something in him slightly? Like, not so much like, should I do this without the king, or more so like,
Make an
how
insight
do
check.
I ask? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, if Victor is nervous about meeting with all of you one-on-one, like he's guilty of something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If someone in this current room right now is an informant and he doesn't want them to be not there. Oh fuck, I'm really bad at insight, guys. I thought I was good.
Well, you at least got a +3, right?
Also my D&D Beyond's not working. Oh, sick, dude. Fucking awesome, dude. What the fuck? Oh, I'm first roll of the game. I was clicking on passive insight. That's why it wasn't rolling.
Ah, yes. Classic. Oh!
Well, tell me his social security number, his fucking credit card information, what bank he uses. I want it all.
Edwin, his, like, pinged, like, uncomfortable nature doesn't derive from being alone with all of you. It seems to be angled more at distrust in Talon. That's what you pick up on. Him lingering there is him unsure. Like, based off what Kaylin said, what you get is that he thinks all of you don't trust Talon. And that's who you're afraid of knowing. And so he turns his head back and nods that he can do that.
Well, Kaylin wants to know if anybody seemed uncomfortable with that sentiment, as if they wanted to be in the know.
Yeah, make an insight check. $18. Scanning the room, nobody seems upset that they're not going to be a part of that conversation. They understand the precaution after what happened next. But you can see there are a couple of sideways glances towards Talon from Garrett and Gareth. Both of them kind of side-eye him a bit.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else any of you omit from the conversation? Or from the explanation?
I think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Nope. Okay.
I would like to know,
Yeah.
sorry, this might be a little too broad of a question.
Okay.
But as we're telling the story, Via's trying to pay a lot of attention to like some of the like pieces and like people that we met with and talked to, and like information that maybe that sounds like contradictory to what they understood or things like that. I guess like especially given like we still have contradicting information about like Talon may or may not have known or been a part of certain things, like you know, like for example, him not knowing about what Zephyros was talking about, you know.
Yeah.
Is there any other stuff like that, not necessarily specifically Talon, but as we're retelling our entirety, if there's any particular like people being like, well, that don't sound right, I don't know.
I'll say, man, make a insight check.
Yeah, I was like, I know it's kind of a broad question, so if that's a little too
Yeah.
big, I can try and narrow it down, but
Yeah.
also my insight's bad anyway, so it might not matter. A 9, so yeah, it doesn't matter.
I mean, there are a couple of things that you see over the course of the conversation that, like, make sense to you, but you're unsure of if it's like a genuine reaction or if they're playing at a reaction. As far as Via can tell, they are all genuine. But for example, when David Laurent mentioned, like you telling the council that David Laurent mentioned Morgana specifically, you know, Morgana sort of like reacts very aghast to that. Like, you know, that's ridiculous. They're absolutely,
Right.
no way, you know.
All right.
And then, you know, the mention Merrick would bring up the talking about how somebody is an informant or somebody is, you know, closely connected that would shake the very foundation of Adaria if it was discovered. There's some bickering back and forth of them trying to brainstorm who that could be. Maybe a Lord or Lady Paramount. You know, maybe somebody on the council, but at that point, you know, was it Alaris Eldrin, the previous Chancellor of the Treasury? Was it
Right.
Rainier? I mean, obviously not Rainier, right? So that means that it would have to be one of them, and they're all confident that it's none of them. You know, I'm trying to think if there's anything else of note, but with a 9, I don't think so. There's nothing else that would strike out of the ordinary aside from those few big bombs that are related to them.
Right. Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I think we know what our next move is.
I think so too.
We head to Edmund Shade, and we meet with the contact.
Yes, I think that is the best next move also. I think all of you should take one more night to rest, to fully recoup yourselves while the supplies and whatever provisions all of you deem necessary are gathered, but I think that is the next best thing to do. I leave it up to all of you what you think is best, whether to go into Maldaris under cover, to be smuggled across the border, to sail. Whatever you think is best, whatever approach you would like to do, we'll be sure to carry out. Any travel expenses will be covered by the Crown. Any basic needs or provisions will be covered as well. If you would like to go armed and armored, you can use the funds of the Hand of the King to do so. And I think that, Rojavi, if you would, with whatever funds there are available, give a portion to the King's Hand to help fund anything they may need in Ebon Shade or along the way there. I will check the numbers and I will give a modest but charitable amount, Your Grace. Thank you, Rojavi. If there is nothing else for the Council or from the King's Hand,
You have another question, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
The way Talon's speaking, is there a little brown nosing happening? Does this feel like he's like saying all these things to like maybe get on our good side slightly?
No
Or is
insight check
he just being a
necessary.
king?
This is formal. He's not trying to. Yeah, it doesn't feel like, hey guys, I'm your dad. I love you. It doesn't feel like that at all. It
Give
is
them whatever they want.
Yeah, it is very much like
Okay.
Rahavi said that there was extra funds. The King's Hand is doing a really important mission, so it only makes sense that they get the funds that they would need, and then some, to make sure this mission is successful.
Okay.
Talon will say, there is one final thing I would like to say before we depart. I was informed upon your arrival after the destruction of the phylactery pieces, that on your journey, that Prince Merrick had been knighted by Sir Torwin Astralor. And formally, as King of Adaria, I would like to congratulate Sir Merrick, Beltaris Falkbreast, and the moniker that he has chosen, the Green Knight, on a well-deserved feat. You are well-deserving of the title, Merrick. Merrick won't really say anything to that. He'll just nod. And he'll look to Thorn, and what a brave steed that knight has. Thorn will kind of blush a little bit, even though he knows that he shouldn't. Or she shouldn't. She knows that we're all mad at Talon right now, but she's like, well, that's kind of sweet. I'm a steed. All right. So, with that, Talon will then say, and with that, I believe that this council is adjourned. Lady Alandra, good luck on your journey to the Serpent's Grove. Victor, thank you for developing whatever safeguards you have to make sure this information is truthful. And to the King's Hand, once again, thank you for your service in Solele, and I look forward to hearing to what you've accomplished in Maldaris. With that, he'll give a nod of his head to all of you, and the rest of the council will filter out. And with that, all of you are left alone with Victor. Even the member of the Crown Claw Knights, they leave the room. Well, seems as though all of you decided that it would be best to have this conversation alone, so here we are.
We just can't risk having our communications intercepted again.
Of course, I completely understand. And I want all of you to know that what happened will not happen again. I know I carry myself in a very, excuse the Solelan, but a very laissez-faire, very carefree. That will not happen again. I want you all to know that I am very committed in my job. I take it very seriously. I meant that when I said it in the Sentinel Festival. Regardless of where I am from or what allegiances I may have had, they're in my past. For most men who have dishonest livelihoods, the only thing they can pride themselves on is being honest men. And that is what I try to do as much as I can. But, the communication. This is something that takes a great deal of effort to create, although they may seem mundane. But it is a pair of sending stones. Now, the reason why these took longer to develop, and the reason why I didn't want to use sending stones initially, is that any mage, if they're around one of these stones or around anywhere near one of them for long enough, they can create an attunement to it, so to speak, where they can memorize the arcane patterns within the stone, and they might be able to recreate it, to be able to listen to conversations transpired between them. These, I created with the assistance of the Archmaids. Yes, I understand that there's one other person. But through my own methods, to ensure that she was not deceiving me, there is not a third stone that has been made, nor does she have any plans on making one. But any communication that is made through this stone will arrive directly to me. The reason why it is not entirely ideal is that if I send communication to you, well, it blurts out loud. So if you are attempting to go through somewhere stealthily, it will perhaps alert individuals. Same for me. So what I recommend is that once every evening, we set up a time where if we want to send a message, we can. I will always make sure that I am available in that time and that I will not be compromised in that moment. So if all of you do have an update, you can send it to me, and I will ensure that I am alone and that there's no one else around. So with the sending stone, he'll, hand each one of you a small pocket watch that's all set, exactly tuned to the same time as the one that he has. At 8 p.m., if there is anything that you need to say to me, you can say it then. I'll make sure that I am alone and that there's no one else around. So that way, that information, as short as it must be, will only come to me. And then I can confer that to the council. I think that this is our best solution, aside from me manually going back and forth or following you along for your journey.
Thank you, Victor. There's nothing that's going to be perfect, but this is probably as close as it's going to get.
Good. And the only other thing that I'll stress is even though we have taken as many precautions as we can, there is still a chance that it could become compromised or that someone could potentially take my stone or something could happen. So what I stress to all of you is to be very diligent and very cautious of what you say. If you speak in coded language, I promise you I will figure it out. I would rather you be cautious in your approach to this information as opposed to just saying whatever the whole truth is, 100%. Understood?
Understood.
Thank you for being so thorough with this.
As I said, I take my job seriously.
And we are glad that you do. Is there anything else? Any other ideas on communication or? Not that this isn't great. Just making sure.
No. For communication and for the journey ahead, I think you have everything you need. And I don't think that I have anything else that is worthwhile of saying aloud. Some thoughts are destined to be insight thoughts, yes? Well, if there's anything else you need, do not hesitate to come and find me. I will be happy to assist. And good luck in Maldaris.
And good luck here.
Yes. Yes, indeed. All right. So with that, all of you head your separate way. You start thinking about any provisions, supplies, whatever mode of attack you might want to have for arriving in Maldaris and in Ebonshade, just as for something for all of you to think about. Traveling by horseback and by sea is going to be about the same amount of time in order to get them out to the Maldarian border via land and to get to a port town and then walk the rest of the way to Ebonshade. You're looking at about the same amount of time, and it'll take you about a week by standard travel mode, so by boat and by horse and cart. There might be some ways to speed that up, by packing light, by only using horses, by not bringing any camping materials and just kind of, thugging it out in the woods. Going by cart is going to take more time than just going straight by horseback. But that is up to all of you to decide. I'd say I'd probably trim off 2 days. If you just ride as fast as you can, rest when you have to, and then ride again, it'll be 5 days instead of 7. So that's something for all of you to think about in the time being. And I think as all of you are thinking about that, whatever supplies you might want to get, or any shopping you might want to do beforehand, or any final conversations you might want to have with the king or the council before you leave for Maldaris, we're going to go ahead and take a break, give everybody a moment to percolate on that, and we will be right back.
There's one more thing. I've disconnected.
All right.
Yeah.
I will say, from the other side of the door, any of you that were like coming out to check, the only thing you heard as you like moved towards the door was Kaylin and Samson squeaking. Kaylin was speaking ferret, not the other way around.
Well, then she'll come in.
Family.
Sorry. He's gonna start picking the produce up, putting it onto the.
Well, that has been in the snow. You're going to have to pay for that.
Looks to Caitlin.
I'm so sorry. Sometimes, his old eyes and the light, he just doesn't see and look in front of him very well. I will take care of that. Yes, I'm so sorry. We'll get you home, brother. I know.
Can you please
brother.
just pay me for the
Here.
produce he has ruined?
Kaylin will give the man 2 platinum.
Thank you. Please have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well.
Sorry, everyone. The shop is closed for the rest of the day. Tink, tink.
Suck for anyone else who wanted produce. Edwin just goes.
Produce in the middle of winter.
The actual fuck.
And then I did get a 1.
There ain't no way.
What the hell?
This sound is constantly happening. I feel like I'm being shot in the face.
I cannot believe.
She was gonna eat shit, but Kaylin's too good. Like,
Elemental. What is the word? The word. Not incarcerations, not incantations. Not apparitions. No.
Can you describe the word you're looking for?
Yeah.
Manifestations. There we go.
Yep, that's the word.
Yep.
That's the one.
On the tip of my tongue. Matt's gonna hear our
Oh, I'm already halfway down the stairs.
Just use your portent, Felicity. Just use
Oh, true.
portent.
No,
That'd be
not for
funny.
him.
What do you
Because he
mean?
definitely would recognize us.
He's got
I know, but I only have an
Oh,
18 and a
face.
14.
It's the only thing
I
I
was about to say,
had.
like,
It's
get
the
it
only
on
thing
there,
I had
don't
to cover
bother.
on my camera.
I feel violated.
every. Like I'm getting smothered to death right now.
Just go to sleep. Just go to sleep. I wanted to hold this up here for when Caleb comes in.
Why does it have to be so
Alright,
bad?
so-
I already danced in the
Don't
background,
forget.
but I don't think anybody
Why
saw
are you
me.
so shaky? Like, why is it all over the
He's
place?
nervous to see Kayla again.
It's making me
I
anxious
always-
seeing it move so much.
I always get anxious when I see my wife. I want her to think I'm a
Oh.
cool guy.
Oh my gosh.
No, it's because she asked you to take out the trash. You're like, did I?
5 points of damage to Sir Tormund. He is undefeated in single combat. So
Yeah, he is.
But he
That's
was
his
in a
fair.
relationship.
What?
What does that mean?
Single.
Oh my god!
It's okay. I'll go away for a little.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Uh.
Constitution, DC 13. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a failure. Warped.
Fuck yeah. Get in that plane. There we go. And
Okay.
he is going to start creeping backwards further into the woods.
No one even sees me. She's just like,
All right, and then Kaylin, you were gonna do something.
I was just going to shoot a what the fuck do I shoot?
Eldritch
Eldritch
Blast.
Let me just do it simply, please. Why must you? 10?
10 does not hit.
Okay, well, good thing he has a second attack. Well. Does that it?
No.
I love life.
Some things never change.
You know, truthfully, it's Ryan's fault.
What do you mean?
Because you just went. Well, it'll
Not
only be
one,
bad if
this
we miss
fucking
everything.
round.
yeah.
Anyways, I don't know. He whimpers. I don't know. He's a very bestial guy. I imagine that's all he does.
Yeah. All right.
Sad dog noises.
Okay, sounds good.
I guess seeing how. Unless I don't know how many charges you wanna
Oh, no, I
use.
think it's a little charge. I just really wanted to cast a spell since I've gotten it, and now it's my 9.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Main guy, man.
Word.
What the fucking grunts?
Wait.
Oh, you're talking about using it on the actual knife itself.
Yeah, Sora. Or whatever the hell.
Yeah, yeah, wait. That's so good.
Oh, wait, never mind. No, never mind, guys. I just read
It's
it.
definitely gonna be like a witch.
I think he's been dead
You
longer
can't
than
hide
7
those
days.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's so funny.
Rough.
God damn it.
One day.
What the fuck
Oh,
is
that was
point?
good.
Holy shit, dude.
I was so excited.
I was too.
Just
Looking at
Heavy sleeper. It's totally Caleb. Same name as your character. The fuck came up with
They're not even the same. Learn how to speak, Gemma.
I can't.
Love ya.
Okay.
She can't speak right. She has one horn.
It makes her have a
Funny.
lisp. It's like a missing
part of
tooth.
her brain broke off in that horn, you know?
Oh.
Damn, that's crazy. Can you imagine? Why is your brain horn shaped?
Your intellect is spoiled.
I'm not God, I don't know.
Really funny.
Right, that was really funny.
Like,
All right. So,
There's no shopping to be had this evening.
okay.
Long story short.
Thank you.
Guys, I don't have anything anymore.
That's a 17 to hit.
That misses.
I knew it. Yes.
My
Yeah,
AC's
bitch.
18. Just slides off the fucking armor. You just
That's your wife. Your wife showed up.
Yeah.
dude, imagine the Ember Hero bot talking shit and then cannot hit an unconscious guy. What a fucking.
That's embarrassing. I would leave, honestly.
I
And
would.
then
Yeah,
Miss
he's
Bedlam,
not
he's
enough.
just like, and then Miss Bedlam's just like, this bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
We all look at him just so disappointed, like, cool, dude.
The blades just scratches off the side. And how just is it that it is Nornathi crafted armor that stops that final killing blow?
Bro, he was unconscious, you had advantage, and you still missed, like... Well, the rest of you being there would only add complication. Sorry, I can't joke on
And all that. I was trying so hard.
That was really funny. You see, I tried to stealth in. I tried to Crouch walk in. Did that not? I'm not just. You're right. I'm not just a.
saying I agree.
I'm not a floating top half, Duke. You're right. I do have legs, and most of the time I do have pants on.
Not all of the time.
Not even all the time while I'm playing D&D. Sometimes you need extra airflow. You know what I'm saying?
Ew.
I get that.
And he's got black
Big
flame
Pineapple.
wings. And he's going to point the sword down, and there is this beam of black flame that shoots from the sword down at Zephyros.
Dude, this guy
Oh my god.
Throw one!
That's so embarrassing.
Dude, you're such a shitter. He's such a shitter, dude.
such
He
a
couldn't
shitter.
kill me when I wasn't moving, and
He
he
couldn't
powered
listen
up.
to say.
This guy's absolute fucking chub,
Dude, this guy went Super Saiyan and fucking missed, dude.
It's so fun. Oh my god. Literally like aura farming to the max, but just cannot fucking hit, dude. That's
Oh
crazy.
my god.
Merritt goes, nice attack. Do they make it for men?
Damn.
Holy shit. And you know, that attacking, it does so much damage, but he can only, it's his action.
There's one more thing. I'm disconnected.
All right.
Nah.
I will say, from the other side of the door, any of you that were like coming out to check, the only thing you heard as you like moved towards the door was Kaylin and Samson squeaking. Kaylin was speaking ferret, not the other way around.
Well, then she'll come in.
Family.
Sorry. And he's gonna start picking the produce up, putting it onto the.
Well, that has been in the snow. You're going to have to pay for that.
Looks to Caitlin.
I'm so sorry. Sometimes, you know, his old eyes and the light, he just doesn't see and look in front of him very well. I will take care of that. Yes, I'm so sorry. We'll get you home, brother. I know. I
Can
know,
you
big
please
brother.
just pay me for the
Here,
produce he has ruined?
Kaylin will give the man 2 platinum.
Thank you. Please have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well.
Sorry everyone, the shop is closed for the rest of the day. Tink, tink.
Suck for anyone else who wanted produce. Edwin just goes.
Produce was the whole of winter.
Actual fuck.
And then I did get a 1.
There ain't no way.
What the hell?
Sound is constantly happening. I feel like I'm being shot in the face.
I cannot believe.
She was gonna eat shit, but Kaylin's too good. Like,
Oh.
Elemental. What is the word? Not incarcerations, not incantations, not apparitions. No.
Can you describe the word you're looking for?
Yeah.
Manifestations. There we go.
Yep, that's the word.
Yep.
That's the one.
That's okay. Here, I'll go get the voice.
Oh, I'm already halfway down the stairs.
Just use your important Felicity. Just use
Oh, true.
important.
No, not
That'd
for
be
him.
funny. What do you
Because then he
mean?
definitely would recognize us.
He's gonna-
I know, but I only have an
Oh,
18 and a
face.
14.
It's the only thing
I
I
was about to say,
had.
like,
It's
get
the
it
only
on
thing
there,
I
but
had
don't
to cover
bother.
up my camera.
I feel violated.
Everything. Like I'm getting smothered to death right now.
Just go to sleep. Just go to sleep. I wanted to hold this up here for when Caleb comes in.
Why does it have to be so bad?
I already danced in the
Stop making
background.
it.
I don't think anybody's.
Why are you so shaky? Like, why is it all over the
He's
place?
nervous to see Kayla again.
It's making me
I
anxious
always-
seeing it move so much.
I always get anxious when I see my wife.
I want her to think I'm a cool
Aw.
guy.
Oh my gosh.
No, it's because she asked you to take out the trash. You're like, did I?
5 points of damage to Sir Torwin.
It's a fucking tank, that's all I gotta say.
He is undefeated in single combat. So
Yeah, he is.
What if he
That's
was
his
in a
turn.
relationship.
what?
What does that mean?
Single.
Oh my god!
It's okay. I'll go away for a little.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Hello there, everybody. We are back. So let's go ahead and dive right in. After some recovery and some chit-chats with certain NPCs or between player characters, eventually the council meets with the King's Hand to talk about what happened in Solele, what's happening in Maldaris, and what next steps need to be taken. Eventually, it's decided that instead of lingering in Adaria to try and help discover what the cult might be planning within Adaria, the King's Hand decides that it is best for them to head to Maldaris. So that is what they are currently preparing to do. The council has been dismissed, and as we cut back to the King's Hand, all of you exiting from the throne room, you are in Faith Spire. You're about as close as you can be to the Maldarian border, and you have quite a bit of time on your hands, at least a full day before being able to depart, as any of your, provisions or, travel equipment, that's going to be covered by the crown. But any other auxiliary supplies or resources that you like, those are going to have to be things that you purchase on your own.
Dang it.
I know.
Do we want to, are we allowed to kind of, chat out of character about...
Yeah, please.
How-
Yeah, you
I
don't
know
have to
you're
do that
thinking.
in character, because it just makes it...
I think we need a lot of health potions, friends.
Yeah.
I want more supplies for why I can never remember. I need supplies to make my spells. Worth of materials.
Mm-hmm.
I need materials for my bracelet,
Components?
for my spell books.
Components, yeah.
Components! That's it.
That's the one. Do we know how much money?
diamonds? Do you just have the one? I don't know. Do we want a spazzy?
Let me see.
Good
Do I
call,
only
good
have
call.
one diamond?
Yeah, we
We
need
should
more
have
than
more.
one.
We should have more.
Nah, come on. Live a little on the edge.
Well, let me take part. Let me check Party Loot, because it's not my inventory. Partyloot.app.com. That's not even the fucking URL.
Partyloot.app.com.co.
I started. Jesus Christ! I started typing party into the search items. I'm looking for diamonds. So, fun fact, guys. When did we get a diamond? Because not my inventory, it's not Party Loot.
Are you serious?
I'm
You never got a
100%
diamond?
serious. We never had a diamond.
Okay,
Okay.
so we're
No
getting
one
a diamond,
died.
maybe two.
Oof.
Okay, yeah. Two diamonds? Three?
Because it's like $500 worth for the spell, I think,
Yep,
right?
yep. 500
Oh,
Adarian dollar
it's-
bucks.
It's $500
Yeah.
buck.
It's a
let me
damn shame you
check.
guys only have gold coins. Can't afford a diamond. No dollar
Hey,
bucks.
they changed it, guys. It's 300 plus gold.
Holy dude. Well, sadly, they only make 500 gold diamonds. I'm just
Damn
kidding.
it.
I'm
Alright,
just
we
kidding.
gotta
I'm
get
just kidding.
7 $500 buck diamonds. My question was, how much gold do we get?
So, Rojavi will come to all of you after a few hours of you guys delegating and planning, and he was able to find 5,000 extra gold to give to all of you to
Oh.
help cover any expenses you might run
Wait,
into.
all of us?
No, to the party,
Yeah,
to the
there.
party fund,
Oh,
to the King's
okay.
Hand.
I was like, okay,
So you
yeah,
could
there
give
you
each person 1,000 gold if you want to keep just the whatever 5,000-6,000 that's currently in the party's thing. But that's entirely up to you how you want to divide it.
Maybe we just put it in our fund? I don't know how family feels about that.
Well, I can track what the 5,000 is. I mean, we can also just take the 5,000 and give each person, what, 500 gold, and then keep the rest.
Fine.
So
Okay.
keep 2,500 in the party fund. Everyone gets 500.
Yeah. I could add that to my monies.
My monies.
500. Add. Okay. So, how many? 3 diamonds, perhaps? Is that crazy? John?
No.
Thoughts?
that's
I
not
think we should just stay
Um,
with 2. I don't think we need to go 3.
Okay, 2? 2 diamonds?
Yeah, it just depends how many times you
I mean,
guys want to
that's
die,
fine.
because I'll make you use them.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
you get 3, you're gonna use 3.
Well, it's not like there's no diamonds in Maldaras either, though, right?
That's true.
So,
You
like,
are going to a place that actually is more likely to have it than most other places in Maldaris.
Yeah, but like, what if for some reason, right? Listen, we somehow die on the way there? I don't know.
True.
Okay, I
Huh?
don't want that to happen.
Has Edwin considered not being a shit cleric then?
Oh, goddamn. 2
He has
diamonds?
considered it. He has decided against it.
How much are greater healing potions?
Greater healing potions are the second tier.
Wait,
Those
hold on.
ones
What's the
are
top tier again? Sorry.
supreme are the top.
Okay.
So basic health potions, which is the 2d4 plus 2, are 50 gold, and then what is the next one up? Oh my god, why am I blanking on
By
that?
the way, guys,
Yeah.
we have 4 greater healing potions in
Greater.
the party.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have one.
Yeah, can we
Yeah,
distribute
100%.
those?
We have 4 greater.
Have a little extra as well because I can't heal.
Because greater is 250, supreme is 500, and then superior is 500, and supreme is 5,000.
Oh my god. Okay. So let's
We
get a
also
couple
still
great-
have 1 singular potion, regular healing potion.
Nice.
What if we get 1 greater for everybody?
Okay,
So
everyone add a greater to their
5,
inventory.
that is 2,500.
Is that okay with everybody?
Well,
Yeah.
we already
I think
have
it's
4.
worth
We
it.
we have 4 in the party fund, party loot right now.
So then you'd have 11.
That's a lot.
Yeah, we don't need that many,
Okay.
right? We could give
So-
out the 4 we have now, buy an extra one.
Okay.
Well, not it's not extra. Everyone gets 5, and then maybe everyone gets a potion of healing. Or do we want to do
'Cause
all
the
three?
potion of healing is only 2d4 plus 2. So even if you use your action, you're only getting 10.
Okay. So
Yeah, but like, when is a potion used to like?
I mean,
yeah,
I think
that's
it's good for everyone to have just in case we need to stabilize anyone.
Mhm.
and Xanthi, you right? Health potions work for you.
Yes.
Okay, so that is good to have the greater.
All right, hold on. So everyone put 1 singular potion of greater healing into their inventory. I'm going to remove it from our party fund. Xanthi, put a regular potion of healing in your inventory. I'm going to remove.
I mean,
it
we're
from
not
the
all
party
having
fund.
a regular.
Yeah, I'm clearing out the party fund right now. I'm clearing out the party loot. Partylootapp.com. So now we have 0 potions of healing in the party loot. Now we can go buy some. Now that we know what we don't have anymore.
Well, I mean, if everybody has something, I think we're okay now. I didn't realize we had some in our collective.
I guess the only one who wouldn't have one is Merrick.
Well, let's get him one.
Which I can add that to his character sheet.
Why is Potion of Greater Healing not popping up in D&D Beyond? Does anyone else not see that?
Just go potion of healing, and then it'll say greater in parentheses to the side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's not potion of greater healing, it's potion of healing,
Oh.
parenthesis
I got it,
greater.
yeah. Got it.
Okay. All right. He has got potion of greater healing in his inventory.
I mean, I can't think of anything else other than if there is something that we could use with the, like, Forest of
Foliage?
Silence thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Kaylin can speak in people's minds. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. Through her, like, warlock stuff. Yeah.
Well, do we want to buy any new? Actually, you know what? Let me. Hold up.
I mean, I also... Is there any, like, armor upgrade shit we can get here?
That's what I was thinking.
Because, like,
No,
my
like-
armor's just, like, basic, so...
Something of protection, like a
yes.
cloak,
Mm-hmm.
something that's
Mhm,
not
mhm.
armor, something that doesn't require attunement.
Yeah, you bring up a couple of interesting points.
Thank you.
So what I would say is if you're looking for like the next tier up of armor, if you're not already wearing it, like full plate or studded leather or like a breastplate. If you're looking for anything like that, you can definitely find it within Faith Spire. For any type of rings of protection or cloaks of protection, anything like that, like items that don't require attunement but give those bonuses. You could find them in Faith Spire. They would be more expensive than if you were just to wait and purchase one in Maldaris at Ebonshade, because in Ebonshade, that's where a lot of these items are created anyway. So you might be able to find a better bargain on like magical protective items there as opposed to here.
Okay, I'll wait till Ebonshade then. That's fine. It's not like I'm getting it. I'm trying to fight everybody I see, you know? Not trying to, at least. It just kind of happens to me.
Does anyone want this potion of fire resistance that we have?
I don't have any resistances, so sure.
All right, I'm giving it to you.
Thank you.
Cool.
Sorry, so with the armor, it's only getting, like, the next tier. Like, there's no, like, way to add, like, +1 or anything?
There are in the time frame that you're going to be here, because you'd have to go to an arcane smith to have them do that, and that would take, you know, several days to maybe a week at the most of time to enchant and enhance.
Right, it's just not happening.
Yeah.
No
So
worries.
unless it's plate armor, which in Faith Spire you could get for 1,000 gold instead of 1,500.
I already have plate, though.
Oh, you do? Oh, damn. But yeah, and there might be something that you could find in Ebonshade that's like a temporary bonus, but at least in Faith Spire, like having somebody permanently upgrade it, not something that's going to be able to be done in the time frame that you guys want to leave by.
What about? There's actually something that I wanted. Fuck. Damn it.
I need diamond dust worth 100 gold pieces. Can I find that?
Yeah. For components, that's something. So diamond dust worth 100 gold pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is something that would be used by various clerics. Obviously, if you're going to be able to find the diamonds, they can just then refine it to dust for you.
Okay.
So yeah.
Could I get 2 little sachets of diamond dust? Or would that be too much to ask?
Probably just the one, since you guys are also buying the full diamonds.
Okay.
But Evenshade's gonna have more magical items, is what you're suggesting.
Yeah.
Like armors and like protection thingies there.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff
I'll
there.
just wait.
Because it is a major Maldarian city in the same way that Faith Spire is a major Adarian one. And magical enchantments are their primary export.
Sick.
I had something, and I can't. There was something I definitely wanted to get, and I think it was after last session, and then I fucking forgot. So I guess I'm gonna take my brain time to think about it till we get Maldar's.
Do we want to talk about how we want to travel?
My vote is land, because it's not that big of a difference, and then we don't have to worry about the hogging.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I
I
feel
get
like
behind
Marek's
that.
gonna want to go by sea, but honestly, we don't need another shipwreck happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's valid. Let's arrive, not by crash this time.
I don't know.
Okay.
Pretty fun.
And we would have horsies.
Yes, I like that. Okay, so we're gonna do horseback. I don't think we need a cart because Joe said that would take longer. I don't feel like we have that many supplies. I mean, we literally just have what we have. So, is that cool
You're
with
not trying
everybody?
Yeah. And I got my bag of holding, so if there's anything slightly large that needs to be transported, we can put it in that.
Great. Do we feel like we want to go disguised in any way?
I don't know if we're gonna need to worry about it. And like, especially because like I feel like since things have progressed and like it is closer, isn't it? Like it would be harder for us to have disguises there, right? I vaguely remember that being a thing.
Yeah, definitely more difficult just because Maldaris is like a land neighboring
Yeah.
nation. So your identities, like your just physical persons, are more recognizable there. Nothing's impossible, but it would definitely be a harder sell if you were to get cornered at the border.
Yeah. I wasn't.
I also
leaving
don't
one
think
way
it's
or
going to be
the
that beneficial to us either, honestly.
I was cosplaying poor people. Make a YouTube
Alright.
video out of that.
other. Cool. All right. And it's just us, right? We're not taking guards or anything with us, right?
It's up to you. You can hire them if you want.
Nah. That sounds cumbersome.
It does. That feels a little fanfare-y.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to rough it.
Okay,
Well-
cool. I think we're beyond that at this point,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
So then, are you all just going to attempt to cross the border at the border passing and let them know who you are and that you're heading in, or are you going to attempt to like smuggle yourselves across the Maldarian border?
Do we have any reason to believe that they would be against us going through the border?
That they would be against?
Yeah, like we'd be blocked or they'd be seen as like a faux pas or anything like that. Like any reason to not do it? At least that, we're aware of.
Yeah, I would say the only two things that either you guys would be conscious of, or perhaps Victor maybe would have shared, or Alondra before she left, is that sending the King's Hand over into Maldaris wouldn't necessarily be viewed as like a poor political thing to do, especially if they were going in as like under the guise of wanting to be like a, an envoy to the, I think I said Baroness earlier, but it's Countess. The Barons are the individuals that like oversee the major cities and districts. The Countess is the one who oversees everything. So as envoys to speak with her and to talk to her and potentially help with what's going on. So that wouldn't necessarily be seen as like a bad social thing, but there's a chance that at the border they could wait until they receive approval from either one of the barons or the countess herself to let you pass. There's a chance of that. It's not guaranteed. The other thing is there could be cultists at the border that could prevent you from crossing. under the guise of it being unsafe.
I also feel like if we smuggle ourselves in and then are known to be there, that would be very bad optics.
I feel like that's almost worse, right?
Yeah.
Politically.
Yeah.
I think we just
What if we send a letter to the Countess now to like have our entry ready to go, and then if there's an issue, we can like infer from there that it might be some issue with these people as maybe cultists.
I think that's a good idea. I like that.
Yeah, I can get behind that for sure.
All right. Let's have Victor get on that.
Okay.
Or whoever's job that is.
Victor, as you reach out, it would be Alondra before she leaves to send that message, but as you go and kind of talk to Victor to get his opinion, considering he's from there, he would say, one thing that might be worth keeping in mind, there's a chance that she could view that as you trying to help, or you doing, what is proper of princes and princesses of a neighboring realm. Or she could view it as trying to supplant her influence by trying to save her own people. If you use her, if she gives the approval, it is guaranteed to work, that you'll be allowed to cross the border. If I send word to her daughter and have her meet you at the border, there's a very good chance that they might not second-guess her or ask her or send word to the Baroness or to the Countess. So you would be going in under a slight deception, but at least you wouldn't have to be worried about being barred by the Countess herself. Because if you're barred by the Countess, then the only way across is to be smuggled. Do you see what I mean?
I think we're going to do that. I'll go to the daughter, hope everything's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's do that.
I will send word to her then. All right. So Victor will send word, and we'll hope that the daughter will be good enough.
What's the Countess's first name? Did we get that info already?
Yes, it is. Sorry, it is Veskas. Is her first name.
That was a daughter. What's the Countess's?
It is also
or did I have that
Veskas.
mixed?
Nope.
They're both Veskas? Okay. That's
Yeah.
where I
Just
got
the whole way
confused.
down.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Veskas,
That's gonna make-
Dralfir, the 10th is the Countess. Wait, let me delete this so I can. The Countess, and then the 11th.
Bro, they
daughter.
gotta come up with something a little bit more original.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck you for one. All right, I think that my names are fine. Garrett,
Fuck their
Gareth,
culture.
and Garen, as they all nod in agreement.
Damn.
That's funny.
Do you think
Let's
she
get Garrett
goes
called
by
out, dude.
Vess? She's like, just call me Vess.
That's a great question.
The whale.
Call me 12.
The Dwale.
Or
The
call me
7
11.
billionth
Oh, 11! Stranger Things!
LMAO.
Boom, 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 boom. There you go. Hopefully that tooltip there clears it up for you. You like how I capitalized the daughter like it's a title? Okay, fuck you guys. Never
Isn't daughter
mind.
a
Jesus.
title?
I know it's not. I was just being silly. God.
Wait,
isn't-
how would
isn't-
we... Is that Lady then? Lady Vescus?
For the you got to be more clear. Is it for you're talking about the daughter? Or the
The daughter, yes, sorry. Yeah.
Which one?
Obviously, Countess would be Countess. But what's the daughter of a Countess's title? Is that Lady then?
Yeah.
Okay. That was
What's the-
confident. I'm gonna Google it.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. He doesn't know.
It's fantasy
The
woobly doobly. All right. It's just like-
proper
Scoobly
Vescus
doobly oobly.
yeah, lady. It's lady. Yeah.
title
Fuck you.
of
It's lady.
A Countess.
Oh my god, you're still fucking.
daughter. Yeah. Well, I put
It's late. I
nails
googled
on,
it.
and so
I don't
can't
know
type.
how it took you that long
Oh,
to
it is
Google.
lady.
In the time that it took you to say it out loud, I googled it and got the answer.
Because I have long nails on, bitch.
Okay.
Yeah, she got her
Type with
nails
my
did,
nails.
bitch.
I did. My nails are did. I can't type very well. Okay.
Yeah.
And what'd you find?
This lady.
Yeah.
That's
it's
you,
late.
bitch.
Anyway,
Anyway.
stop it.
Are we in the game?
Yes, this is all a game.
Yeah.
Time to play the game.
Fantastic. All right, cool. So you have that conversation with Victor. He sends word to the to Lady Vescas. And you all go back to your shopping, procuring any other items that you might need. Via, did you want to purchase any scrolls of any spells? I know that was something you said, right?
No. Like materials for spell casting.
Okay.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
yo, did you use that scroll of sending?
I have sending. I
Okay,
gave
so
you
we
a
still have a
scroll.
scroll of sending.
Yeah.
And I have sending.
Why do we have a scroll of sending? No, I think I
Because we
used
got
it
it
to
before
learn
you
sending.
had. All right, then that's some.
I'm
old
sure
shit. Let me
I'm pretty
re-
sure I used it up
That
to
sounds
put it in my.
correct.
Yeah, because if it's not in my inventory, I don't have it anymore.
I'm gonna just delete that.
I used that up. Yeah, I would like to get like 60 more gold worth of materials for my spells in case we get, I don't know, spells.
Check.
Anyway,
You can
Okay.
you can purchase that. I will say that within Faithspire, any like arcane materials that you're going to be find are going to be a little bit more expensive. So it's 60 gold worth of materials that cost you 100 gold.
what? How'd that math make sense?
Okay. So
what the fuck did you just say?
so Faithspire is a predominantly religious city, and there aren't nearly as many like arcane users, arcane spellcasters
so
here.
it's in my inventory 60 gold worth of material, but I spent 100.
Correct. Yes. The
That's
value
so
of those materials
stupid.
is not what you spend; it is what they're worth.
Got you. Stupid. Anyway,
I've been receiving a lot of flack tonight,
I'm
and
sorry. I'm not mad at you. Maybe. Anyway.
Oh, we are for sure.
yeah, during the fucking council meeting, everybody was on fire. They were crickets. Just, nobody was saying anything.
Well, what was I supposed to say?
Yeah, what are you supposed to say? All right,
Like-
cool.
We're not talking to Dad anymore. Anyone want to give opinions on that? Who want from the peanut gallery about our interpersonal family relationship issues?
Yeah, definitely. You know
Fucking-
that one image of like it's like the elephant in the room and it just says address me underneath.
Yeah, that was the meeting.
Yeah, that was the whole council meeting.
We were in the elephant. The elephant ate us. I'm
Yeah.
good now. I have bought everything I want.
That one. Yep.
There you go.
All us ace. Anyway.
All right. What else? What else within Faithspire? Like I said, you still have the entirety of the rest of today and this evening for anything else you want to do in the city or anybody else you want to talk to before departing tomorrow morning.
I'm gonna talk to Zephyros before we leave. But anyway,
You all
anyway.
want to or you want to?
I want to.
Okay.
I'd like to speak to Talon.
I'd like to speak to Via.
Oh.
I just had two little things that wasn't talking to anyone. Oh.
Damn.
Okay. Well, we'll do thing number one for
Wait, who you calling thing number one?
we will do, let's see, Zephyros, Talon, Via, and then two small things. Okay. Let's do Via, before you're able to go and find Zephyros, as all of you have been doing the shopping together, eventually as you get back to the keep and you kind of go your separate ways, before you can find Zephyros, Edwin finds you. So as you were sort of getting ready to head towards whatever room Zephyros might be staying in, Edwin, you're able to find her first and start that conversation however you'd like.
Yeah. As Edwin finds Via, what do you think she's doing?
I think she was just literally like heading down the hall on the way back to wherever she'd been staying in Faithspire to finish like packing up her stuff and, you know, setting out like, these are the clothes I'm gonna wear tomorrow, kind of like typical like about to leave on a trip stuff.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think while you're walking down the hall from behind, you would just kind of hear the echo of Edwin's voice, like, Via, as you kind of hear his footsteps, kind of quickening to catch up to you.
Yeah, she'll stop and turn around. What's up?
Hey, where are you headed?
Just my room.
Sorry if I'm catching you at a bad time. I just...
No.
We haven't talked, in a couple of days, and I just wanted to say, thank you. Thank you for, sticking up for me the other night.
Of course. I don't care what's going on and I don't think prophecies are destiny, but I guess that's an opinion being negotiated. So I don't know what was going on, but I know who you are. And you've come a long way, and we've all come a long way, and you're not a monster.
As you say that last part, Edwin, there's like a happy but like sad face, like almost on the verge of tears, and he, if I can ask a selfish question, what do you think of me?
Well, I think sometimes you get a little lost. Your heart gets a little pulled in many directions, but you have your core values that I really admire. And I think you're a really great dad. Kind of sometimes jealous of your daughter, so your heart is so big and it's got so much to give to the world that I think because of how big it is, you get tripped up on things on your journey. But at the end of the day, the pillars that make Edwin are good.
Well, he was on the verge of tears, but now he is crying.
I'm sorry.
No. These are good tears.
And
Thank
also,
you.
it doesn't really matter what I think, even if I said some of the most terrible things. What matters is that you know who you are. It doesn't matter what Dad thinks, or whatever the heck he was saying. He's on some crazy stuff right now, and I don't know.
Yes.
I'm trying to comprehend what's going on, but I know that we won't until it's too late. And I don't even know if too late's the right word, but that's besides the point. You know who you are, Edwin. You don't need approval from anyone.
I think I'm finding out who I am. And I wish that I could say that I didn't, but I need the approval, Leah.
Why?
And he like looks at you like with this like confused look. I don't know. Something inside just tells me that I need to make sure that my actions are approved by all of the ones I love. And if they're not, then I feel like I have no purpose.
That doesn't make any sense. You're not a pet. You're your own human being. What do you want to be?
I just want to be useful.
No. No. I don't know what you want to be, but one thing I can tell you that you've made very clear is you've always wanted to be a husband and a father. And that makes you light up and glow. That matters, and that you should feel good about. Whether or not you want to be a cleric or a necromancer all of a sudden, or whatever you want to be outside of being a husband and a father is your choice entirely. Whether you want to be Talon's heir or the king's hand or whatever. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks of that. It matters if you are able to lay down and sleep knowing that you've lived a life that you like and makes you happy. Who cares if you're useful? I'm more of a detriment, I would say 70% of the time of my life so far, and I haven't lived as long as you.
That's not true.
Well, you only have to make one really big mistake to make that true, but that's okay.
And that we are alike on. I miss our talks.
Me too. I think you need to stop seeking approval from other people and start seeking approval from Edwin. What do you think of yourself?
Oh,
Because I was able to name a few things, but it really matters more how you look at yourself in the mirror.
if I was to list off the things I think of myself, we would be here for hours. But
Good thing we
that
have
is
hours.
in this hallway.
No, go sit down. I'm not going to stand here and listen to the whole thing. You go sit down and write stuff and then bring it back to me.
Oh, journal.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you.
No problem. But it really doesn't matter. Like I said, I hope you can feel good about who you are soon. Because you are good and you are wonderful. And that's not just something I think, that's something I see within you. And you strive for goodness. And it seems like you're a homemaker too. I mean, you made a whole life of yourself in the Nornathi, which, once again, can't say that I wasn't jealous of and maybe took some of that anger out on you unnecessarily.
It was warranted.
No, it wasn't. It's not fair to ask my older brother, who's twice my age, to have, I don't know, waited for me to be there in place of a dad, I guess. I don't know. I already had Xanthi do that for me. It's not fair to her either, so...
Well, we all have our issues, don't we? But we're all working on
Definitely.
them. And that's what life is. As the days go on, we find new problems and we try to solve them.
Agreed.
Either with the world or ourselves. Or others.
And also, once you figure out and write down what you think of yourself and who you want to be, I can't speak for the rest of my siblings, but I think we all would. But I will help you get there and support you in that. So if there is some sort of dark hurdle, whatever everyone's seeing, you don't have to shoulder that alone. I mean, you guys didn't let me shoulder mine alone. And we're not letting Xanthi shoulder hers alone. Like, let's do this together.
Yeah. Let's do it together.
All right.
Well,
I'm gonna
go,
pack up and then go find Zephyros.
yes, Zephyros.
Yeah, I got some stuff I want to ask him before we leave.
Right. Hold on, really quick question for Joe. Sorry to cut this. Zephyros said the pardon thing to Edwin only, right?
Yeah.
Because he asked him to teach him necromancy. Okay, and I don't think that's come across to the rest of the group.
No, I was assuming since that was a private conversation between Edwin and Zephyros that it didn't come up in the summary from the events in Solele.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Ryan. So Edwin goes, he puts his like hand up to his face and goes, "Oh, but one thing,
What?
honestly, this wasn't me keeping secrets or anything. It quite literally slipped my mind because at the time, honestly, wasn't listening. But Zephyros, I had asked him to start helping me to learn necromancy,
Right.
so I can better understand everything. Blah blah blah. You know that part. He said in return, he would like to be pardoned.
For what?
For what he has done, so that he could take the fall, but then be pardoned afterwards. Now,
Done what? What has he done? That's actually what I was going to ask him about.
well,
I mean, he mentioned to me that he's done bad things, but there wasn't enough time for me to know. So why would he tell you that?
now that I think on it, he didn't really elaborate too much.
I
Oh,
will
wait,
say he did tell you guys did pressure. Yeah. You guys did pressure him on this once before, and he did talk about how it was something that Victor had told you, Victor had told you about, that he was an assassin. And he told you specifically that he is the reason why Lady Iridessa's father died, that he killed him.
So right, so he was an assassin. He was the reason, Lady.
Good job.
And he wants to be pardoned. Now, I will say that I told him I could attempt to talk to people. I had no point said I could pardon him. We could pardon him. Anything could happen, actually. I quite literally said, I'll try.
That's insane because I told him that I'm gonna put him in jail. I need him. I need him in jail. We can't pardon him.
When did... Quick question for continuity. We don't know that either, right?
No.
That was a private... Okay.
That was a
Alright,
private
was it.
conversation. Yeah.
When did this happen?
Right before the everything with the final conflict in Soleil, I'm sorry, I'm reeling. I told him I'm good. I need him to take the fall for when. And she's like, "Oh crap! Now we're like in
okay.
earshot of places."
Okay. How about this? Since we have quite literally been contradicting in separate conversations, in private, with... Looks around. Zephyros. We should... Can I accompany you to your conversation? Or is that a one-on-one thing? You don't want anyone there?
I guess if he's already talked to you about something, you might as well be there.
Like,
I
we could
wasn't-
bust in the door and like, what the hell? You
I
know?
was not planning on having that kind of confrontation because I didn't realize he had talked to you about this. I was just going to talk to him.
I feel bad.
No, it just I thought I had made something very clear. Sure, you can come. It's fine. Just give me a minute. I just need to finish packing.
Okay. Sorry.
It's fine. And then she'll just continue down the hall, walking to her room.
Okay. So as the two of you head that way, preparing to talk to Zephyros, we're going to go ahead and cut to Xanthi. What was the... there was two things that you wanted to do. What was one of them?
Yeah, I mean, first thing is really just doing her due diligence. Said she had to go to a fucking random ass church here that is somehow then connected with the Hells. She just wanted to get a vibe check off the place. I don't know how else to describe that.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. Just ensuring that there isn't anything concerning.
Nefarious? Yeah. So yeah, you head out, and you head to that church, the same one that you went to the other day. And what you notice is that it is drastically different on the inside now than what it was before. When you were first here, just a few days ago, it was very well kept. It was very, beautiful and serene, clean, like as if it had been scorched, clean, like burned clean of any dust or anything of the like. And that definitely doesn't seem to be the case anymore. It is worn down. It's a little decrepit. It's long been abandoned. There's not even any priests or priestesses that are tending to the area right now. You find, doing some small investigation around the area, you find some iconography of sun motifs, light, as well as crops and wheat. But it's well worn. And this is a building that is quite old, quite older than a lot of the other temples in the area, and it seems as though it's been refurbished a few times, but right now it's just in a state of abandon.
I think maybe just noticing that, if wherever there is like another close by temple, she would also kind of ask if it is still like consecrated grounds, or wait, yeah, consecrated is a good one. Yeah,
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Not
Desecrated.
desecrated,
Yeah, it is not. It is. Yeah.
yeah,
consecrated.
just like check its status there as well.
Okay. So nearby, you do find there are two different churches that you could go to. You could either go to a Church of the Unbroken that is very close by, which is the church that Edwin belongs to, or the Church of the Cleansing Tempest, which is the one that Alandor, the Revenant, the guy who had a problem with all of you a while ago. Those are the two churches that are close enough that they could maybe know something. So do you head to the Church of the Unbroken or the Church of the Cleansing Tempest?
I mean, I imagine just Unbroken, especially since Edwin already has links there, it's safer bet, I guess.
Yeah, of course. All right, cool. Sounds good. So you head to the Church of the Unbroken's temple. And as you enter, you can see symbolism of the goddess of peace, of protection, and of strength, being the three sort of main pillars that the Church of the Unbroken holds themselves to. And as you walk in, you can see a couple of hands as well as sentinels that are there. Two of the sort of rank and file members. One of the hands of peace, the sort of rank and file like clerics. One of them approaches you, an elven woman, golden hair kind of coming down from behind a shawl. And she approaches and says, "Hello, good morning. Is there anything I can help you with today?"
Yes, I did have a question regarding a nearby church, only a few streets from here.
Mm-hmm.
It's one that is evidently in disuse, unlike much of the rest of Faith Spire.
Yes, yes. I know the one of which you speak. That temple, there are several of them within Faithspire that are older historical structures. Ones that precede the development of the city or even the house of Emberlin. Ones that were here before the rest of the temples formed around it. That is one of them. Some of the historians of the city, they're unsure of when exactly to date it back to, but they believe that it goes back as far as the Third Age.
Much of Faith Spire is to be consecrated grounds, though, yes?
Yes, anything within...
Are those temples included?
They are, yes. And even more so, we find that the bonds there are deeper. They're all equally as strong, but it's almost as if the faith that was once shared in those halls has seeped deeper into the ground than those of our temples here.
And despite their abandoned state, they are still looked over and maintained, I imagine, within Faith Spire.
Occasionally.
Not as
yes.
holes for anything else to creep in, so to speak.
Well, what is strange, I must say, is occasionally, maybe once a month, through the churches that are nearby, to any of those historical sites, we would go and we would perform whatever rites we believed would be accurate to what gods were worshipped there long ago. And in that one in particular, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, it was almost as though something had awoken, truthfully. The ground has always been consecrated, and those bonds have always held strong. but it was almost as though light gleamed more potently through the windows. The warmth felt more alive. It was very strange for those who encountered it, but as quick as it came, it went away.
I see. Well, as long as they are still observed and maintained, I believe there is no harm in keeping such, well, delightful places to the facade of this city. That is all. Thank you.
Of course. Always happy to be of assistance.
Yeah. It's really all she wanted to make sure.
Okay. So, Xanthi, as you are sort of walking and heading back to the keep, you can see standing outside near some of the gardens is Kaylin. And Kaylin, you were told that Xanthi had headed into the Faith District for something, but she would be returning soon. And you see her returning to the keep.
Yeah, she would approach with a couple things in her hand, and she would just say, "Oh, Xanthi, did you have free time this afternoon?"
Perhaps a little.
Great. All right. You would just follow me, and Kaylin's gonna start walking to, like, I don't know, a spot where she maybe probably like scouted out earlier in the day, where there's a little bit more like field and trees and just kind of like space away from everything else. And she'll hand Xanthi like a few small pouches and like a smaller water skin full of something first. And she'll say, "I made this for you to help get your strength back. I promise there's nothing funny about it. It's just from the grounds around here. But after everything with Edwin, I wanted you to feel at your best before we left."
You kind of like, especially I imagine with the floss, just kind of like give like a tentative sniff, just try and like, determine anything about it.
"I promise it's not cursed."
Would be poor judgment if you did so.
And then I thought maybe a restful afternoon, and she'll like hand her a small embroidery hoop. And Kaylin has one too. Maybe a restful afternoon would make you feel a little bit better before we left.
As I said, I do believe I can at least spare a few hours. Did have other tentative plans for this afternoon. Or evening, I suppose.
I don't mean to take you away from it. I just, in all honesty, Xanthi, I wanted to say thank you and let you know that everything that you did for Edwin is seen. That was a lot, and you quite literally risked your life for him. And I think in that moment, the moment we got home, no matter what we all feel about Talon, and I know that varies between Edwin and Via, I feel as though maybe this is the first time we've all been as one. And I think it really goes to show what you are willing to do for us, for Adaria, Not that I doubted you, not that you would let anyone doubt you, but that was a big sacrifice, Xanthi, and I don't want you to think that your sacrifices are going unseen.
Certainly nice to be appreciated.
And as new friends, I thought maybe we could spend this afternoon doing a favorite activity of yours. And Kaylin will, start embroidering her own little hoop.
And Xanthi will sit down to join her.
Kaylin will, after maybe a few moments, she'll, not making eye contact, but there's a little quirk in her voice as she says, "So Rojavi, right?"
I think Xanthi, definitely is caught off guard there. And, I think Kaylin can tell, Xanthi just pricks her finger at that moment, as, misjudges it. But you can tell it's still, stone faced, a little bit of blood in the hoop. Oh, it's fine.
Oh, my God.
And what about him?
Well, I mean, now that he's on the council and there's more of an opportunity to be around more often, and the way you two look at each other, do you think that there is a future to be had?
I am most certain that he will prove himself a very worthy member of the council and shall hopefully enjoy a long position within it.
Oh, you love him so much, don't you? Mm-hmm. Kaylin, puts her hoop down and looks at Xanthi. Why don't you... I don't know... make things official?
I don't know.
Well,
I
what's the-
believe especially since the last time we all had this conversation around marriages. Not suggesting anything exactly, but we, as children of the king, have responsibilities in forming good bonds and alliances as such, through whom we give our hand to. That it ought to always have the precedent in such matters.
Right, but now I feel as though being a member of the council and having the ear that he has of Talons, doesn't this give him more renown? I mean, you don't think that union would be beneficial now in more ways than one?
I don't know, it is something that will need to be considered regardless. Particularly if other houses are already anxious, and given everything our family already has of our rather unstable position with everything. I think now more than ever, it's important to make all these decisions carefully.
I think now more than ever, Xanthi, one sacrifice that you have yet to make is one for yourself. Perhaps not now or any time in the near future, but I think at some point you deserve to breathe. Take that sigh of relief that you've been holding in for so long and enjoy a bit of happiness for yourself. Just a thought.
Perhaps.
What do I know?
If anything, I'll be glad to brief once all this is settled anyways. Until then, it is important that all our focuses remain in the same place. But that was... well, the other thing I wished to do whilst we were still here. I was hoping to... well, I suppose congratulate him on his position and spend some time.
I think you should do just that. I think you deserve nothing less. And I think he'll very much appreciate it. And Kaelin will, like, wink.
Yes, well, so you can forgive me if I'm not spending too much time in the garden with you.
I will find it in my heart to forgive you. Thank you for risking your life again. And for this, it means a lot.
Of course.
But hey, when we go to Maldaris, I know that you don't always have to be the one to do all the heavy lifting at all times. I know I have said this many times before, but we are as dysfunctional and high-strung and annoying as we all are. We are a team. We are siblings. We are family. Let someone else carry the weight every now and then.
I think for all of you, it is your own liberties that you've always found more important. So I'm not against the idea of allowing that to happen. With certain restrictions, certain sacrifices will always be necessary for our family. Someone has to do it.
I hear you. I see you. And I understand. But do not let me keep you. I hear you have someone very special to speak with.
Yes, well, have a pleasant rest of your day, Kaelin.
You too. And Kaelin will give her another wink, and she has another person she has to go and find, but she'll kind of like watch as Xanthi leave first.
Okay. All right. So with that, Xanthi, you head off from the gardens of the keep, and you head to find Rojavi to spend the rest of the evening with him.
And yeah, that was the second thing, if it wasn't clear enough.
Yep, you're good. And we'll cut back to you in a second. We're going to stick with Kaelin to go speak with Talon, and then we will do Edwin and Via to Zephyros last. So, Kaelin, Xanthi heads off to go speak with Rojavi, and you want to go and find Talon.
Yeah, Dad.
All right.
Where's he at?
So you find one of the Crown Claw Knights, and they're easily able to take you to him. He is in the same place that he was before, in the small meeting chambers behind the throne of this keep. Right now he is speaking with Victor, as the two of them are going over a few things. Garrett is also there, speaking about some things happening on the border, some things, just information that Victor has learned from other nations about certain things, but all that sort of coming to a head as you enter, and Garrett is the first one to see you, or Gareth, sorry, is the first one to see you come in. The Lord Regent says, Lady Kaelin, it is a great pleasure to have you in this meeting chamber.
It's good to see you as well. I was hoping to speak with Talon privately.
Of course. If you would, Victor, I think it would be best for us to depart then. Yes, I would agree. Lady Kaelin, always a great pleasure.
She'll nod.
And with that, the two of them leave. And Talon will look to the other Crown Claw Knights that are in the room and says, please, leave us. And Talon will just kind of sit.
Is there, any, floral decor in this room, or, nature shit going on in this space?
Yeah,
What's in
yeah.
here?
There are some excuse me. There are some windows at the very back of the room, and there are some vines that are that haven't been trimmed in a while, that are kind of growing into the room.
Cool. Yeah. So Kaelin will go over there, and she's gonna kind of druid craft a few times to make those vines grow in and bloom a couple small flowers from the tree outside. Without turning to look at Talon, she's just gonna say, Can you hear it? What the trees are saying?
Some days I think it's easier than others. And some days more than others, I want nothing more than to hear that song that they sing.
I think you've forgotten it. I don't think you listen anymore. I don't know. I didn't think it was fair to not speak before we left. But now that I'm here, I don't know what more I guess there is to say. I know I said some very hateful things the other day. I think we were all very upset, to say the least. I don't know why you do what you do. You say it's for our own good, it's for our protection because you love us. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's... I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to believe. I don't even know what you believe.
I can tell you very plainly, very clearly what I believe in.
Go on.
You see, I never had a great deal of heroes to look up to in the flesh and blood. Vast majority of heroes I had to look up to were stories that my mother told me, that Rainier told me. I was so blind to the sacrifices that my mom made for me. I remember the day that she died so clearly. How dark the world felt. How, even with my brother and his children, and Rainier and Edwin, how alone I still felt. Elendara had the power, through sheer will, through tenacity, to make you see the world differently. Most people would give in to despair and anger and fear, but he could make you see how the world could be. I said that during a funeral, during the eulogy I gave. And how hard it was to see the way the world could be, now that she was gone. And every day since that day, I've done everything I can to make the world what I believed that she'd want it to be. I tried so hard to be Talon the Kind, and I was. For so long. I believed that kindness and goodness could make this nation what it was meant to be, what she wanted it to be. And I think that there's still a world where kindness and goodness can achieve that. But I don't think that it's me anymore that's meant to shape it. I think that it's all of you. So, when you say you don't know what I believe in, I can tell you very clearly, Kaylin, that what I believe in is all of you. You all, at different points in your lives, and today, hearing everything that you accomplished, you make me see the way the world can be. You all carry her essence more than I ever could. More than Edmir. More than Rainier. So that's what I believe in. And every action that I have taken over the past 40 years has been in devotion to that belief.
Did you know about me before I came Did you know I existed before the day I showed up?
No, I didn't. Believe me, had I known, had I received any word, I would have tried to spirit you away here, or I would have come to the Serpent's Grove as often as I could to see you.
I know that I'm not Xanthi. I don't have the devotion she does. I'm not Via. I don't have the love that she does. I'm not Edwin. I'm not Merrick. But there is a level of care that I do have for you, Talon. And it makes me so angry that it has taken all of this to see you for who you truly are. And I'd like to think that that is a good person, and I'd like to think that is... I'm fearful now that all that you are doing, perhaps it is working. This prophecy, this plan, whatever you were told, and it's all going to plan, and if that makes you happy, sure, whatever, I suppose. But I can also see it ripping away at you. This obsession. There's a reason why only certain people are gifted with foresight. There's a reason why certain people are allowed to veil walk, to see into the future, because not everyone can handle what they see. And I'm not saying that I can or Via can any better than you, but having the knowledge that you do and how you are going out of your way to prevent what you think is to be true is killing you. Whatever's meant to happen, Talon, is going to happen. But I believe we can sidestep, we can travel backwards, we can change our fate. And sometimes not always through a big sacrifice or the taking of a life. It can be by the small choices that we make along the way. I think we have to stop pushing this narrative so hard. Look at what we've accomplished. And I can guarantee you some of the actions that we have taken are not a part of what you've seen or what you expected.
Do you think that if she had the opportunity to be alive right now, that Senua would take that path instead?
No, I don't. I think Senua died because she knew it was time. Her death allowed others to grow. It allowed me to grow.
And then, Kaylin, what I ask of you is I know the day that will come for me. I know what will happen. I know when my doom will find me. And I know, just as she knew, that as the It is the only way where things can be made right once and for all.
It doesn't have to be like this. Why does it have to be like this?
Because there
Senua
is
spent
no other way.
I don't believe you. Senua spent her final days doing the things that she loved until she could no longer move. She spent it with the people she loved. I don't know. Maybe everything I say means nothing. I just thought you should hear it. It's hard for me to say this stuff to you. But I do because I do care. I'm not perfect child. I don't fit this box very well. But I am trying. I am trying to fit the box that I'm supposed to be in. I'm trying to be what Adaria wants. I'm trying to not be a witch. I'm trying to get Xanthi to like me. I'm trying to be supportive to Via when I wasn't there. I'm trying. And I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. There, I have nothing else to say.
You see him wrestling with a million words in his mind. A million he maybe wants to say. A million that he feels like he can't. But what he settles on is and you must keep trying. You must, Caitlin.
Listen to the trees, Talon. Don't turn away from them. Caitlin's gonna turn to leave.
And he won't say anything else.
She gonna leave.
All right. You leave. And we pan away to Xanthi. Back to Xanthi. As you wanted to find Rohop and spend the rest of the evening with him.
Yeah, like find some place nice for dinner or that shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely frame it as like, you know, congratulating him on his position, nothing more.
Of course. So the two of you have a very wonderful dinner and evening, and enjoy each other's company quite a bit in the evening. After dinner, as the two of you were just, walking through the gardens that evening, of course on business. He says, "You know, I can't help but feel like ships passing in the night again."
Well, hopefully our time in Maldaris will not be too long. We'll be back in Crown's Rest soon enough. Hopefully I'll still find you there as well.
Believe me, when you make your way back to Crown's Rest, I will be the first person to greet you at the gates.
Look forward to it.
You know, Xanthi, I have to be honest with you about something. I feel bad for deceiving you earlier, but I feel as though it's time to come clean.
Are you alright?
I am. When I met with the king, it wasn't just a conversation of my position on the council. In fact, what I told him is that that would be the second greatest honor of my life to serve on this council. And he asked what the first would be.
What did you say?
I told him that I have never known a greater love in my life than you. That when I am by your side, I feel a warmth and safety unparalleled to what any hearth or any wall could give me. That even as you were gone, I could still feel you by my side. And I told him that the greatest honor of my life, surpassed tenfold by any land or castle or title, would be your hand in marriage. I know that we have been down this road before, Xanthi, and I'll kind of look away. And I know that you feel as though you have your obligations, and I understand that. But I have proven to him and to the people of Adaria that not only am I a man worthy of one such as you, but I hope that you are one deserving of happiness, not just convenience. So,
And my father's reaction.
what the king told me was that if I ask again, and you say yes, then he thinks that I am worthy of your hand. And with that, Rahavi will get down on one knee and say,
See, I think before he even can, I think Xanthi is just going to just embrace him, kiss him, and just like, just say yes. Of course.
And he'll kind of laugh through the kiss and return the embrace. And he'll say,
Oh God, I interrupted you, didn't I?
believe me, Xanthi, that was better than I could have hoped for a reaction. There is one thing, though. One more. And he will sort of reach into his pocket and he'll pull out a ring. This isn't just any ordinary piece of silver. Hopefully it will keep you safe in the dangers that come after you. And he'll kind of slip it onto your ring finger. And Xanthi, what this is it is a ring of protection that also has a one-time use of Death Ward in it. So the first time that you drop to 0, you will come back. I know that the world that you'll be enduring is dangerous. And I know that there may be a part of you that is afraid of what might happen. But you are the strongest person I've ever met. And regardless of what tomorrow may bring, I know that you can endure it. And same as how I will be waiting at that gate for you to return, I know that you will return. When you do, knowing your skills, it'll be a wedding that they talk about for ages to come.
We're gonna have to start planning one, aren't we?
I think so.
And I think like Xanthi just doesn't know how to breathe in that moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, she'll just kiss him again.
Rahavi will return it.
And just stay in that hug for a little while.
Oh, yeah. Neither one of the two of you, Rahavi, doesn't want to let this moment end. He does occasionally, as, you know, you can feel the night getting longer and longer, more time and more time passing, the sun fully set, the stars fully risen. Every once in a while, there is this inclination to, well, you have an early morning. There's a long journey ahead of you. But, oh wait, I know exactly what we can do. There is this wine that was just imported that I think that you would really love. Or, oh, wait a minute. Do you remember this thing that we did way back when? There's always one more thing to reel you back in. And Xanthi, for as specific and as detail-oriented as you are, to follow that plan of getting your rest, you can't help but feel a little reeled back in. And eventually he will relinquish his hold, and he'll walk you back to your room, and he'll say, I'll see you off in the morning, and every day I'll look forward to your return.
Hope it is a most expeditious time we have there then.
I hope so too. And I'll give you one more kiss. And you will head to your room and head to bed.
I do think, actually, just a little bit after all that, Xanthi will go knock on Edwin's door. I don't care that it's late. Wake up, bitch.
Okay. All right. So you head to Edwin's door. Edwin will say that Via has not come to get you yet. There's maybe been a little bit of hold up. There is something that Via does encounter in her room. We'll get to that in a second. But Via has not come to get you yet.
Don't say.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So-
y'all doing that shit.
If this
Sorry.
is this late, wouldn't this be afterward?
Yeah, I
No, it
was
would
gonna
not.
say,
Late in the night?
unless it's gonna ruin the mood. I don't know.
Nope. It is not after. Via has not come to get you yet. Edwin.
Okay.
You've just kind of
Okay.
been waiting. You know, she had stuff that she had to take care of, but you two said you'd do it together. So you're still kind of like, not like in your plate armor or anything. You've just kind of been relaxing, you know, for the evening, just waiting. You hear a knock on your door and you think it might be Via.
Coming. Walks
It is
over.
not Veal.
As he's opening the door. All right, so I have a cup. Oh. Hello.
Hello. And she will kind of step into the room so the door can close behind her. And like the whole time, like she like kind of have been purposely having her hands behind her back as well, so it's not, you know, immediately obvious.
Yeah. Can
Um.
Via detect? Not Via. I'm not Via. What the fuck? Can Edwin detect the anything going on?
That is entirely up
I
to
mean-
Xanthi.
Yeah, I was gonna say Xanthi doesn't seem like someone that's just been up for like a week straight at this point. So that's already,
okay.
I think, definitely different. I imagine her little tail as well is like wagging behind her. Some type of bluey type shit, you know. Do you have a moment?
Yeah. Sure. Come on in.
Yeah, she's already invited herself in.
Yeah.
Edwin, I know that obviously our conversation previous was not exactly the most amicable of ones.
I actually wanted to talk to you about that. I'm sorry. I woke up in a very
no,
bad mood.
Hardly was exactly the easiest thing either, but that aside, if you're willing, I know when you first returned home, you came to me first to tell me about, well, your family, your wife and your daughter, and well, it only seemed fitting that I return the favor. And she'll kind of like take out her hand and show the ring.
I think in that instance, Edwin, like, gasp screams in a way that you've never heard him gasp and scream. And he, like, puts his hand over his mouth. Is that... Oh my God. Congratulations! And he's going to go up to her and grab her and hug her. Wait, and pull her back. Rahavi, right?
What's Rahavi?
Okay. And he grabs her and hugs her, and oh my, that is so amazing. I'm so happy for you. I don't.
I just wanted you to be the first one to know it. Well, obviously, Father knows first, but in a way, I suppose I don't. I will obviously speak to everyone else as well. Naturally, you'll always find out. I'm not going to be keeping a secret by any means.
Wait. His eyes are closed and he has his hand in like a praying motion in front of his face. I'm the first one.
First one I told, yes.
Oh, and he hugs her again. This means so much. Thank
Of course,
you.
you can't have more of a reaction than I do, Edwin. It's not fair.
Then you better get better at them. I'm overjoyed. I'm ecstatic. I'm so happy for you. Seriously, Xanthi, I'm so happy for you. And he like grabs your hands. I know that recently a lot of things have been, well, fucked up. You deserve this. Oh my gosh! And he lets go, and he's like, my little sister's going to get married. When's the wedding?
Eventually.
Have you started planning? When is the wedding? What do you need from me? Oh my gosh! I need to tell. Oh.
Only the briefest of details. One of which that I'm certain that Freya must be the flower girl.
He just like starts happy, crying. Oh my god! Going to be a flower girl.
But most of that naturally needs to wait until we are through with Maldaris.
Maldaris. Yes, we have to do that, don't we? Let's just skip it. Straight to the wedding.
I don't think that would be a very smart decision, Edwin.
No, it wouldn't be.
You'd ruin the wedding after all, and, well, at that point it's pointless.
Fair.
We can't have them all falling to the cult and ruining everything after all.
Right. No, we have to destroy the cult before happiness.
Ideally, yes.
I'm so happy for you. It's almost, I can tell that you're happy because your ashen skin is slightly brighter.
Huh.
That was a joke. It was a joke. I'm sorry.
No,
love
it's it's fine. I don't know what to think. Again, I need to tell someone, obviously, and so.
Oh yes, no. Sorry. Questions. How did he do it? Where? I need the details. I need all of the details of where and when it happened, and go on.
Yeah, I mean, I think Xanthi would just start rambling about like everything that night. You know, exactly what they ate, the exact wine pairings. You know,
like
entree, dessert, and things like that. Like going way too much detail.
Well, midway through, he like kind of leads you to like sit down, and just kind of sits next to you and just listens. Wow. You're going to love. You're going to love having a wedding.
And it's one of the greatest events to plan, after all, is it not?
And yours is going to be so grandiose.
And I think it does help having the treasurer directly involved, overlaying interests and all. I'm sure we can splurge more than, well, other state events would be.
Oh. Yes. Oh, wait, no, you didn't mean me.
And you would help us, certainly. More justification for it all.
I mean, I do plan now for us not to spend as much gold on the road. So
Well, then
we
that
could
would
put
be
it
more
into...
gold dedicated to me.
Of course, as it should be in this instance. I'm happy for you, Xanthi. I really am. And
Thank you.
who are you telling next? Who is your second favorite?
God.
Because obviously, I'm the first.
I don't know. I feel like much of it can wait till the next morning.
Oh, of course, yeah. They can wait.
I mean, I feel I should also affirm it to father first. Seemed more a conditional thing, if anything, so...
This late at night? No, father's asleep for sure.
Well, it seems all of you have been keeping up quite well, so...
Hmm.
Be good for him to at least have some good news, as opposed to everything else that has been happening.
Yes. Not to change the subject slightly. I did want to say thank you to you for everything, and not to harp on it too long. If it wasn't for you, I'd probably be dead right now, so. Thank you. You put yourself through hell for me.
Well, perhaps I guess it does solidify your place as favorite.
Yes. Anyways, we can talk more about that another time, but I
Of
think
course, you have plans of Veer as well, it seems, so...
Oh, yes, going to talk to Zephyros.
I see. Just the two of you? Or coupling, if you don't mind me.
Well, I think Via was just going to talk to him, and I was just in there at the right time, and like made myself available. I don't even think she wants me to go, so I'll try to fill you in later. Nothing crazy. It's just a checkup.
All right.
Plus,
Don't do
You have-
anything I wouldn't do.
so nothing.
Whatever your best judgment is, brother. I'm sorry, I can't think about this right now.
Yes, that is another reason. Go get yourself a drink. Sit down, start jotting in your journal for how you're going to decorate this thing and how you're going to plan this wedding. And my mouth will be shut, even though I'll be around Via. Do not worry. Secret is safe with me.
Still not extra things to worry about, Edward, please.
I'm not going to say anything. I promise. Promise.
And she'll just hug Edwin before seeing herself out.
Okay. Sounds good. So, you hug Edwin and you depart. Giddy. An uncommon emotion for Xanthi, but one we experience today. With that, the camera pans down the hall and moves towards Via's room. Now, Via, several hours earlier, you head to your room. You want to finish packing, making sure that you have everything before going and speaking with Zephyros. Takes you about 20 minutes to gather all the belongings that you want to have, make sure that they're all packed away, make sure you have everything organized as it should be, as you want it to be. You hear a knock at your door right as you're packing up.
She gets up from wherever she was sitting down and then goes to her door and opens it.
And opening the door, you see Solani, Serpent Braid, the envoy from the Serpent's Grove, which I did not share this earlier, but let me go ahead and share the image.
Oh, were you looking for Kaylin? Her room is actually right down that way.
No, I was looking for you, Princess Octavia.
Oh.
I had a
Come on in.
I had a few questions, if you would allow me. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm just packing.
Thank you. I understand that, and I'm sorry for being so, well, asking what might be a difficult question to answer.
Well, you wouldn't be the first one today, so guess I'm the guy.
You are very interesting. Your
I'm
family,
sorry.
your lineage, to Alicia, from what I heard when you arrived in Faithspire the first time, you experienced something.
Yeah, I had a vision of my mother having a vision.
Did you see anything of that vision?
Of her vision? No. I just knew she had one. It was very intense. But not. No.
Interesting. Do you have these? Do you experience those visions? Or
Like I get them frequently, or you mean like have I experienced what she saw, or is it that one on repeat? Like, could you clarify?
of course. Anything of the like, truthfully. You have the power of divination, of seeing the future.
Yeah, I do. And I guess I haven't been able to see what vision she had that day. And I haven't had that same vision again. It was, like I said, really intense. So it was kind of like a little bit of a hitch in the road. So I haven't tried to see that one again. I don't have a ton of control over everything yet, but I'm like working on it. So it's like sometimes things just happen to me. Sometimes I'm able to push through and like seek stuff out. Yeah.
Interesting.
Are you interested in divination?
I'm very interested in knowing what the future might hold, so I suppose yes, the answer is yes.
Do you veil walk at all? I know that sometimes Kaylin can see things in the veil.
Funny enough, Caitlin and I just talked about that today.
Oh, okay.
I'm very well studied in it, but I've never had the knack for it. Definitely not a veil walker, but I've studied it a great deal, the veil. What can be learned from veil walking and what one can do in the veil. In fact, I think that from what I know, that if you and Caitlin were to use your resources together, if she were to veil walk with you, your ability to divine things could be tenfold what you experience now on the material plane.
She's starting to get a little uncomfortable. Not trying to be super obvious about it, but like that is something like she's now like heard body language, I guess, is getting a little bit more like, you cross your arms and she's like touching her neck again. Oh, well, I've never thought about like combining it before. I know she's still learning as well, so maybe that's something we can like talk about when we get a little bit more, I guess, seasoned in our practice,
I agree. I think that's a very good idea. If you wouldn't mind, I am very curious. Can you look to others and potentially see things?
And that is not typical of a diviner, so she knows, she's like a little like surprised by that question, so she's kind of like gonna start reading her body language now. Not that I don't know if she's been able to pick up on anything right away.
Yeah, passive insight, nothing, but go ahead and make an insight check.
Yeah, because I'm like, she definitely, what Felicity's picking up is that she is eager, but like, is there something else? Not that my insight's good. Okay, 15.
15. As far as you can tell, she seems like she doesn't have overbearing posture. She's not like trying to corner you. She just seems excited, eager at the prospect.
Okay. Yeah, I can. I didn't think that was a typical like divining characteristic. That's something that's a little bit newer for me. Is that something that's like common in your culture at all with diviners?
It's very common in the diviners of Elysia, those most powerful.
Oh.
The prophet of Elysia has been known to look at someone, study them for a time, and be able to tell them their entire past, present, and future just in a matter of moments. Of course, that is someone who has spent many lifetimes practicing the skill.
Yeah, I can't do that. It's more, you know how when you look at certain paintings from a distance, you can see a picture, but if you got really, really close, it's not really easy to see it. So it's more like if I were to step away from the vision I had, I could maybe infer a meaning behind it, but taking it at face value, it's a little, it's not very direct or clear.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Would you mind? If you're comfortable trying it on me, I'm curious what you would see.
I could, the last time I did this, it was just really intense. So I might be, maybe another time.
Yes. Of course, I understand. I would hate to...
I'm sorry.
I see that I have made you uncomfortable. I'm very sorry about that.
No, it's not you.
Common is not
it's
my
something...
first language. Sometimes I feel as though the same thing happened with Caitlin earlier. I just...
No, it's so okay. It has nothing to do with you asking. If it was like literally any day before, like yesterday, I would have been fine. But I just had a really intense vision yesterday, and I'm still kind of nervous. So.
There is one thing that might help from the reading that I've done. Veil walking and divining, they share similar grounding effects. Perhaps it might help you in the future.
Yeah, totally. What do you suggest?
Well, Caitlin would know what these are. They're similar ingredients that are used when one first begins veil walking. They are incense and plants that are to be burned. And in the fire, it will change colors and it will begin to grow closer towards you. The fumes of the fire. And they help relax your mind. They help you let go. And it does not... It is not something that makes you inebriated at all. It just opens your mind, so you might be able to see more clearly. If divination is anything like veil walking, it's merely resistance which causes the discomfort. Your brain can't
Resistance?
compute being in the future and in the present, so that tension is what causes the pain.
Hmm.
Here. And she'll kind of reach into her bag, and you can see that she kind of pulls out some ingredients and begins kind of like crushing them in her hand. And one thing that you notice, Via, is like having worked in like alchemy classes and using a mortar and pestle,
Mhm.
you know, it requires quite a bit of like strength and what's the leverage in order to be able to grind them to the degree that you want. But you can see she just kind of like grinds it in the palm of her hand with her fingers. And she begins packing it onto a small stick and kind of creating like this very rudimentary incense. And she says, now this is one,
Mhm.
and I think it would help quite a bit when you go to do it. Most likely will make it easier to move past that resistance without the pain. Is it, like nosebleeds?
Nose and
Migraines?
eyes. Yes. Yeah.
I think that's exactly what
Yeah.
it is.
Thank you. This will be, yeah, I've definitely had it was so much easier when I was younger. And I didn't have a lot of I didn't feel the need to do a lot of technical training, and then I got into some nasty business and it kind of screwed around with my stuff. So now I feel like I've been kind of starting over a little bit with everything. So thank you. I had no idea that,
Mhm.
yeah, that any of that would be barriers.
Yes. It's very, very strange. Um, Via, what's your passive perception?
Probably shite. 10.
10. Okay. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, I saw this. I saw it coming. I know Via's not. Alrighty. Wisdom saving throw. There it is. Oh, I have a +4 to wisdom saving throws? Why? Okay. 21.
21. That is a failure.
What? Okay. What
You are
happens to me?
currently under the effects of the Charm Person spell.
Okay.
So you are especially friendly to Solani. You think that this is a great, dear friend.
Okay.
I know that this is bad of me to ask again, but truthfully, would you mind looking?
Yeah, I'm sorry I was so apprehensive. Like this, I've done it so many times too. And this,
No, you do not need to apologize.
no, really, yeah. Here, and you said this stuff would help relax a little bit, like almost like make this
Yes,
go
here.
easier. Okay, yeah. How should I use it?
Well, all it takes is a small flame, and she'll kind of just press her fingers into the end, and it'll kind of begin to burn. And she'll just kind of wave it in front of your face. Inhale.
She's gonna like breathe it in, yeah.
And Via, you do feel this loosening, this tension relieved. Like at the center of your brain, the kind of like knots and folds loosening.
Okay, if you will just stay still, I'll peer and see what I see, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then she will, like she normally does, like kind of like close her eyes so she's not able to like visually see anything until she's like ready and like got her like metaphorical third eye opened, and then like open her eyes and try and like see through the physical and into the space between.
Okay. Via, it's strange. You peer deep into Solani, looking for something, anything, but all you find is darkness. It's just a void. It's not like evil shadow like what you've encountered before. It is just nothing. For the longest time, it's like there's no future. There's no nothing. At least there shouldn't be anything, is what it feels like. It feels wrong to be here. An individual that exists, or a future that exists out of order. But then what you see is, just as you described, that painting. Far too close to understand the full picture. You see it coming into vision, the growing less and less blurry the closer you get. You see what looked to be blood, for sure. You see bodies, malnourished almost. No. Rotted bodies. Undead for certain. You see them climbing something or tearing something. A wall, maybe? A stone wall? But the wall bleeds. No, that's a body. That's a creature. It's a beast of some kind. They're tearing away at something. You hear a cry, a scream. You hear pain. And as you're kind of seeing this, you're describing aloud what you're seeing. And at that point, you feel yourself ripped back to reality. And the incense is extinguished as Solani sets it off to the side and says, I think that was enough. I don't think I need to hear anymore.
Are you okay? That was not good. That was not good.
No, it wasn't. And I think it showed
Am I
too
still under the
much.
charm spell?
You are.
Okay.
So I'm very sorry to do this, Octavia, but well, it is a secret that must be kept. I hope you understand. And
I understand.
Via, make another wisdom saving throw.
Well, come on, natural 20s. Where are you at? You've been hiding from me all day. 13. All day
13.
as I've rolled 2 dice today.
Solani is going to cast Modify Memory.
Yeah.
And
At least she's not killing me.
Yeah. You know, might be a little too much heat. She's going to cast Modify Memory, and she's pretty much just going to remove everything. So as she casts it, Charm Person drops, because they're both concentration. So as it drops, you feel the Charm Person spell removed, but she pretty much removes the entire moment from casting the spell to now. So as Modify Memory...
So I don't even know she casts casts
Charm Person. Correct.
Okay.
So we go back to that moment where she gives you the incense, and as she hands it to you and you take it, she says, well, Princess Octavia, I'm sorry for having taken up time in your evening. I know you have a great deal of things you still need to tend to.
Oh, no worries. It's really okay. Thanks for stopping in.
Of course, I will let you get your rest, and please travel safe.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You as well. And she'll give a very deep, very formal bow. She'll head out of the room.
What a strange lady, as it goes back to what she was doing.
Okay. All right. And then Via.
Damn.
Eventually, you finish
What's going
up.
on with this girl? What's going on with this girl? go.
It's a great question. One I'm sure we'll never learn the answer to.
Nope, we'll never know.
Never know. All right.
Okay, yeah, Via will go grab Edwin
Yes.
and then find Zephyros.
So, Edwin, you hear another knock on your door. About 15 minutes after that, you open it, and it's Via.
You ready?
Yes, 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 yes.
Great. Let's go
Are you?
find him. Yeah.
All right, let's go. I'll let you do the talking.
Happen when you need to. And yeah, let's go find him.
Okay. So you ask a few servants as well as a few crown claws what room Zephyros is staying in, and they point you in that direction. You make your way to the room, knock on the door, no answer.
He's old. He's probably hard of hearing. You just need to knock a little harder.
Okay, she's gonna knock harder.
Knock harder. As you do, the door moves ajar.
Didn't even lock it. Okay, she's gonna poke her head in. Zephyros?
No one's there.
Hello, please don't be naked. Okay. Righty. It's kind of annoying.
Looking around the room, Joe, does anything out of place? Anything?
Nope, the room is tidy. There
Weird.
are no personal belongings in the room at all. There is one sealed letter on top of the bed.
Okay, Via will grab it.
Okay.
And open it. Well, does it have a to somebody on it? I don't want to be opening someone else's mail. Or I want to know if I am.
Not on top of the letter now.
Okay, all right. She opens it.
As you open it, it is addressed to Octavia. By the time you read this, I will already be past the southern border of Faithspire. It will be behind me. I saw what became of the phylacteries. I saw what became of the gauntlet. The void it wrapped around Edwin's hand has finally, blessedly, empty. I have spent longer than I care to admit chasing devils and dead things throughout Illica, and I do not think I have ever watched something end so completely. You asked something of me once. Something that I know you didn't want anyone else to hear. You asked what happens to one who wears the Colt's mark and cannot be pulled back. The ones who you know are marked. I'm answering it now. The only way I know how to answer anything. By doing it myself. So you never have to. I will not let you sully your spirit with that, Via. Not the blade, not the choice, not the version of yourself that exists afterwards. I've taken more lives than I care to admit, and none have cost me what it would cost you. I have the room for it. You do not. I've left 3 volumes with Torwin to pass to Edwin. The Vagro fragments on binding and severance, and my own notes written plainly enough for even a man who prays before he reads them will be able to follow them. He will need them. I know what you will think when you find this instead of me. I know what all 5 of you will think. I'm sorry for that. Sorrier than I have been for most things, and I have a great deal to be sorry for. But had I said this to your faces, one of you would have never let me walked out. Or Talon's men would have had me in irons before I could have reached the door. Or maybe every one of you would have tried to stop me, and you would have been right to do so. I did not give anyone the chance. Because I could not survive being talked out of it. There's very little a man like me can do to balance what I've done. I can't undo the greatest pain I've caused. I cannot make the years I spent as someone's knife as anything better than what it was. But I can hunt. Whatever else I have been bad at, I've always been good at that. You saw me flinch at the Dragonborn beneath Kilmir when he called out to me. In the moment, I didn't explain. None of you pushed, and I was grateful for that, even though I did not deserve it. I intend to find him, and I intend to end it. I will not wear my own name when doing it. Zephyros has too many old debts and too many watching eyes. I will do this ill deed as Saldor. I will bring him back in chains, or I will bring back proof that he can never hurt anyone again. I would like that more than I know how to say, but understand this, it is not me being noble. I'm not doing this for you or for Adaria or to make amends. I'm doing this because I cannot stand the thought of a cell. And I cannot stand the thought of you doing what I could do instead. And both of those are true at the same time, and neither one of them makes me a good man. Selfish, misguided. Somewhere underneath are words that I care not for. I've grown fond of the five of you, fonder than a man who has spent his life alone has any business getting. I did not plan for it, and I'm not sure what to do with it now except this. Leave before I'm stopped, and try to be useful in the only shape that I know how to be useful in. Look after your brothers and sisters. See that Edwin opens those books, and do not come looking for me. Signed, Zephyros.
Edwin, as she's reading this, and it's silently, her eyes are just like furiously reading everything super fast, and then she's gonna like start to like hyperventilate. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. But I wasn't ready. I didn't get to say goodbye yet. And she's like gonna look at him and be like,
calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down.
He's gonna kill them.
Calm down. Slow. Slow.
He's gonna kill them. He's gonna kill Poppy and Isadora. And I wanted him to. I need him to, but I wasn't ready. I'm not ready.
He's gonna pull her in for a hug.
Yeah, and
He's
she's
gonna
just gonna
hold
like
her.
freak out, sob, just like shaking, like she just wasn't ready to do that yet. Like, or be. She just didn't. She thought she had time.
He's just gonna hold her for. Honestly, he's just kind of gonna let Via, like, let it all out, and then. All right. I know that you're not ready, and we're never ready for things like this. We can only hope and pray that we get more time, but
I wanted one more day, just one more day to say goodbye.
do they know?
No. How could I tell them? I could not tell. How can you tell them that I get to live and they have to die? I can't do that. I just wanted to spend one more day with them.
Sorry, Via. I'm sorry. I know it's not fair. I know what's happening right now. Feels like the world is crumbling. Nothing I can say is going to help.
It's not.
Just try to breathe.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of just best way to describe it is just like you can't mentally prepare as much as you try. Like is breaking right now, but she's not even mad. She's just shocked and sad.
And Edwin, as you hold Via, trying to comfort her to the best of your ability, the camera pans outside of Faith Spire, several hours south of the city, alone on the road. Zephyros rides south to Crown's Rest to infiltrate Dragon's End and do what he said that he would do. And with that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Awkward Brennan. I also want to specify that she would once she's able to, give the letter to Edwin to read as well, because there's obviously very important information in there, and like so he knows where like the books are, and then we can get
Yeah,
to
you
next
know, later.
later, yeah.
Later.
And next session she'll like share all the stuff about like what he's gonna do with everything, but like yeah, just in that moment.
Wow.
I just want to say Via got royally fucked this session, like upwards, sideways, backwards, all the ways, like she needs a
Yeah.
break.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
That's
like,
rough, buddy.
did not go into this session thinking it would be this intense for my character. Oh my god.
That's what happens when you
Anyway.
miss a session. You get.
I did this last week's.
Yeah, but you missed the one before it, so
Oh my
gotta
god.
pay that back.
This was building up.
Oh man. All right. Well, thanks so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. I know
We're still
I
live.
did. Yeah, and we'll see you in the next one.